distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues. Thank you all for joining us today. I am today's moderator, Ji-sun Choi, the Deputy Director of the International Cooperation Team at the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. I would like to extend a warm welcome to 12th Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice International Forum. KICJ has organized today's event to bring together research institutions and organizations across Asia working in the field of criminal justice in order to discuss strategies and strengthen cooperation in addressing transnational organized crime, such as drug and human trafficking. Now, I'd like to introduce the distinguished guests who have graced us with us today. As each guest is introduced, please respond with a warm round of applause. Distinguished guest, please stand when your name is called. President of Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, Seok-jung. Acting Prosecutor General of Prosecutor's Office, Republic of Korea, Man Seok-no. Director of United Nations Asia and Far East Institute for the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders, UNODC Ya마우치 Yoshimi츠. Executive Director of Thailand Institute of Justice, TIJ PCSRDN. Director of Office of Attorneys General of Thailand, Nitiwat Institute, Bancha Kieuthai. Head of Research Institute of Criminology and the Republic of Uzbekistan, 바흐티요르 예르키노비치, 베르디알리예프. Director of National Legal Institute of Mongolia, Ulji-Saikan Batasaikan. Lastly, our keynote speaker, Director of International Cooperation Division at the Prosecutor's Office, Yong-woo Kang. We sincerely thank you all our honored guests for attending this forum despite your busy schedules. We kindly ask your understanding that due to time constraints, we are unable to introduce everyone individually. The next part of the program is the opening speech by President Seok-jung of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
존경하는 내 기빈 여러분, 그리고 각국에서 함께해 주신 전문가 여러분, 먼저 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 오늘 제12회 KICJ 국제포럼에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 한국형사법무정책연구원은 지난 1989년 설립 이후 형사사법 분야의 전문 연구기관으로서 우리 사회의 법 질서와 정의 실현에 기여해 왔습니다. 특히 2004년부터는 UN 마약범죄연구소, 즉 UNODC와 MOU를 체결함과 동시에 협력기관으로 지정되어 지난 20여 년간 국제 형사 정책의 아시아 거점 네트워크 허브 역할을 충실히 수행해 왔습니다. 그동안 우리 연구원은 UNODC와 긴밀히 협력하며 범죄 예방과 형사사법 제도의 개선을 위한 다양한 연구와 정책 개발을 추진해 왔습니다. 또한 ODC 프로그램 네트워크, 즉 P&A 소속의 아시아 지역 기관들과 학술 교류를 전개하며 아시아를 넘어 국제사회의 신뢰받는 파트너로 자리매김하였습니다. 이러한 경험과 성과를 바탕으로 우리 연구원은 아시아 지역 UNODC 협력 연구기관 및 각국 유관기관의 전문가분들을 모시고 초국가적 국제범죄 대응을 위한 국제협력 강화 방안을 주제로 제12회 KICJIF 국제포럼을 개최하게 되었습니다. 오늘날 국제사회가 직면한 초국가적 범죄는 갈수록 그 양상과 규모가 복잡해지고 있습니다. 마약의 불법 유통은 청소년과 사회 안전 기반을 심각하게 위협하고 있으며 인신매매는 인간의 존엄을 파괴하는 반인도적 범죄로 전 세계적 대응을 요구합니다. 또한 사이버 범죄는 디지털 전환의 가속화 속에서 국가와 개인의 경계를 무너뜨리고 국제적 차원의 긴밀한 협력을 요구하고 있습니다. 아시다시피 현재 한국은 캄보디아와 관련된 이 인신매매 납치 문제로 많은 문제점이 대두되고 있습니다. 이러한 범죄는 단일 국가의 법 제도나 집행력만으로는 결코 효과적으로 대응할 수 없습니다. 국경을 초월한 범죄는 국경을 초월한 대응이 필요합니다. 바로 이 시점에서 국제협력과 연대의 가치가 더욱 빛을 발합니다. 이번 포럼에는 UNODC 프로그램 네트워크의 아시아 주요 기관은 물론 중국, 일본, 태국, 몽골, 우즈베키스탄 등 다양한 국가의 연구원과 관련 기관의 대표들이 함께 주셨습니다. 이는 국제사회 공동 대응을 위한 굳건한 의지이자 아시아가 범죄 예방과 형사사법 협력의 새로운 모범을 제시할 수 있음을 보여주는 증거라고 생각합니다. 오늘 논의될 주제들은 단순히 학문적인 담론을 넘어서 실제 정책과 제도 개선으로 이어져야 합니다. 각국이 축적한 경험과 연구 성과를 공유하고 이를 바탕으로 실질적인 협력 모델을 만들어 간다면 초국가적 범죄 대응은 한층 더 효과적이고 지속 가능한 기반 위에서 추진될 수 있을 것입니다. 특히 이번 포럼을 통해 정책 제안의 국제적 확산, 형사사법 역량 강화를 위한 상호 지원 등 구체적이고 실행 가능한 협력 방안이 논의되기를 기대합니다. 이는 단순히 아시아 지역에 국한되지 않고 국제사회 전체의 안정과 평화에 크게 기여할 것입니다. 앞으로도 우리 연구원은 국제 형사 정책 분야에서 연구와 정책 개발을 선도하는 플랫폼이자 각국이 신뢰할 수 있는 연구 협력의 거점으로서 역할을 다해 나가겠습니다. 우리 연구원의 경험을 바탕으로 앞으로도 국제 형사사법 공조의 미래를 개최하는 데 있어 중심적인 역할을 수행해 나갈 것입니다. 끝으로 이번 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 위해 행사장을 지원해 주신 대검찰청에 깊이 감사드리며 먼 길을 마다하지 않고 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 참석자 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 오늘의 논의가 향후 국제사회의 형사사법 공조에 있어서 새로운 이정표가 되기를 바라며 참석자 여러분의 지혜와 경험이 모여 세계의 안정과 정의를 위한 협력의 길을 넓혀주시리라 믿습니다. 여러분의 활발한 참여와 건설적인 논의를 기대하면서 다시 한번 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
Next, we have a congratulatory speech from Acting Prosecutor General at the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, An Sung-no. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다. 검찰총장 직무대행 노만석입니다. 2014년부터 시작되어 올해 제12회를 맞는 한국형사법무정책연구원 국제포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 먼저 바쁘신 와중에도 포럼을 개최하여 주신 정홍석 한국형사법무정책연구원 원장님께 축하와 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 오늘 국제포럼 행사를 위해 먼 길을 오신 일본, 중국, 태국, 우즈베키스탄, 몽골, 대한민국 등 각국의 형사법 및 형사정책 분야 학계 전문가 실무 전문가들 분들에게도 진심으로 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘 국제포럼 주제는 초국가적 국제범죄 대응을 위한 국제협력 강화 방안입니다. 초국가적 범죄는 어느 한 나라의 노력만으로는 대응이 불가능합니다. 국경을 넘나드는 마약과 인신매매 범죄, 인터넷과 디지털 기술을 이용한 사이버 범죄, 국제 금융망을 악용하는 자금 세탁 범죄 등은 전 세계의 안전과 사회 정의를 위협하고 있습니다. 이처럼 범죄는 이미 국경이라는 울타리를 넘어 움직이고 있고 특정 국가의 법과 제도만으로는 효과적으로 범죄에 대처하기 어렵습니다. 이제는 세계 각국의 학계, 연구기관, 수사기관, 사법기관들이 함께 지혜를 모으고 긴밀히 협력하여 날로 그 수법이 고도화되는 초국가적 범죄에 대한 대응 방안을 마련해야 합니다. 오늘 포럼에는 초국가적 범죄 대응을 위한 아시아 국가들의 정책 연구 및 실천적 협력 논의를 위하여 UNODC 아태지역사무소, 일본 유엔 아시아 극동범죄방지연구소, 중국 베이징사범대학원, 태국사법연구원, 우즈베키스탄 형사정책연구소, 몽골 법제연구원 등 아시아 각국의 형사사법 분야 연구기관 및 유관기관께서 참석해 주셨습니다. 대한민국 검찰도 초국가적 범죄 대응을 위한 국제협력을 강화하기 위해 부단히 노력하고 있습니다. 현재 전 세계 44개 국가와 양해각서를 체결하여 국제 네트워크를 강화해 나가고 있고 아태지역 국가 간 범죄 수익 환수 협력을 위한 RNAP, 즉 아태지역 범죄 수익 환수 네트워크에 가입하여 매년 RNAP 범죄 수익 환수 트레이닝을 개최하고 있습니다. 또한 반부패 수사기관 간 공조를 위한 목적으로 출범한 글로비, 즉 UN 반부패 수사기관 공조 네트워크의 운영위원국으로 활동하며 올해 6월 부패 조세 아시아 지역 회의도 개최하였습니다. 대한민국 검찰은 앞으로도 아시아 각국과 지속적인 연구 협력, 인적 교류, 사법 공조를 이어가며 안전하고 정의로운 아시아를 만드는 데 최선을 다하겠습니다. 아무쪼록 이 자리가 각국의 연구 성과와 경험을 공유하고 초국가적 범죄의 효과적인 대응 정책을 심도 있게 토론하는 자리가 되길 바라며 이번 포럼을 통해 국제사회가 연대하여 초국가적 범죄에 대응할 수 있는 토대를 마련할 수 있기를 기대합니다. 바쁘신 일정에도 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드리며 이 자리에 계신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원하겠습니다. 끝으로 이번 국제포럼의 개최를 위해 애써주신 한국형사법무정책연구원 및 여러 관계자분들께도 축하의 말씀을 드리고 오늘 이 국제포럼이 성공적으로 진행되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Now we will have a congratulatory video message from Ms. Delphine Schantz, Director of the UNODC Regional Office for Southeast Asia and the Pacific.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning from Bangkok. On behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, it is a true pleasure to meet you online today. I sincerely thank the Korean Institute for Criminology and Justice, KICJIF, for the initiative to organize this 12th International Forum and for inviting me to this opening. Bringing together outstanding leaders and experts for in-depth discussions on the urgent and complex challenges of transnational organized crime is both meaningful and timely. Transnational crimes such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, cybercrime, or online fraud are growing ever more sophisticated, using technology to escalate their impact. In an increasingly interconnected world, no country can counter these challenges alone. As the forum theme highlights, fostering greater synergy, strengthening coordination, and building cohesive and responsive mechanisms for international cooperation are essential. The focus of strengthening international cooperation in response to transnational organized crime precisely reflects our shared sense of urgency. As a member of the United Program Network of Institutes, the UNPNI, KICJ has actively promoted research, policy exchange, and practical collaboration across Asia in many years. Through developing new approaches and interconnecting practitioners, researchers, and policymakers, institutions like the KICJ have helped build the foundation for more effective practical responses to organized crime in all its forms. This forum is another important contribution in this regard. I'm especially encouraged with the breadth of participation today, with experts from UNODC, UNAFE, CCLD, TIJ, and participants from a wide range of countries such as Mongolia, Uzbekistan, China, and Thailand. I'm confident that we will identify practical solutions and strengthen cooperation. This forum is much more than an academic meeting. It is a strategic platform to discuss actionable methods and build enduring partnerships. Our cooperation is already yielding tangible results, and we're building law enforcement capacity, expanding collaboration, and ensuring the smooth sharing of information to confront transnational organized crime across our region. Going forward, we must further reinforce our collaborative networks through joint workshops, professional training, and continued sharing of expertise. UNODC is committed to working closely with KICJ and all of you to advance our joint efforts in this space. Finally, I wish to thank KICJ for the outstanding leadership and vision. I'm convinced that the relationship and solutions formed here today will help us advance toward a safer and more just future. Let us move forward together, united by our common purpose towards safety and justice for all. I wish everyone a very meaningful, inspiring forum and look forward to hearing about its outcome. I thank you very much for your attention.
So I think it's we are settled. So we will now proceed with a keynote speech by Yong-Moo Kang, Director of International Cooperation Division of the Ministry of Justice in Korea. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
President Jung Hong-seok of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Yong-Moo Kang, Senior Prosecutor and Director of the International Cooperation Division at the Supreme Prosecutor Office of the Republic of Korea. It is my great pleasure to be here with you at the Supreme Prosecutor Office on this beautiful day to discuss strengthening international cooperation in response to transnational organized crime. In recent years, we have witnessed crimes becoming increasingly sophisticated and organized across borders. No nation, however capable, can fight these threats alone. Only through global cooperation can we effectively counter these new crimes. Furthermore, in addition to traditional offenses like drug trafficking and organized crime, new forms of crime are emerging and crossing borders, driven by advancement in digital technologies. These include cryptocurrency-based money laundering and online fraud. Moreover, these technological advancements are merging with traditional crime, such as drug trafficking and organized crime, further increasing their complexity. For instance, drug crimes involve various countries from a drug's countries of production and transit to its final destination. In particular, as drug payments are increasingly made not with cash or bank transfers, but with virtual assets like a cryptocurrency, collaborative efforts among multiple countries are essential to trace the flow of funds. Similarly, in the case of a so-called scam center, one of the most prevalent types of organized crime in the Asia-Pacific region, the country where the center is located cannot tackle the problem on its own. This is due to the diverse nationalities of the criminals involved and the need for international technical cooperation to track the digital equipment used by these organizations. The immense severity of this issue was also confirmed in the April 2025 UNODC report titled Inflection Points: Global Implications of Scam Center, Underground Banking and Illicit Online Marketplace in Southeast Asia. The report revealed that as of 2023, the estimated financial damage from scam center crime in Southeast Asia reached at least $37 billion. Furthermore, it confirmed that foreign nationals from over 50 countries, including China, Vietnam, Thailand, India, and nations in Africa, Central Asia, and Europe, were lured by high-paying job advertisement, only to be confirmed in these centers and forced to participate in fraudulent activities. As the need for global cooperation and the importance of international collaboration tailored to the specific characteristics of our Asia-Pacific region continue to grow, I would like to introduce the effort of the Republic of Korea's Public Prosecution Service in this regard. The Republic of Korea's Prosecution Service has always been at the forefront of combating drug-related issues in the Asia-Pacific region. To foster closer cooperation with countries around the world on drug issues, the Korean Prosecution Service founded the Anti-Drug Liaison Officer Meeting for International Cooperation, that is ADROMICO, in 1989, and has maintained continuous cooperative relationship with various countries and international organizations for the past 35 years. Thanks to the central role of the Korean Prosecution Service in these anti-drug efforts, we were able to host the 32nd ADROMICO in Busan this September, with over 200 participants from 26 countries. This conference reaffirmed the firm position of the Korean Prosecution Service in the international cooperative response to drug crime. Furthermore, the Supreme Prosecutor Office is currently collaborating with the United Nations and the Mekong Institute to support the development of a drug treatment system in the Mekong region. In 2012, the Korean Prosecution Service established the Asia-Pacific Information Coordination Center for Combating Drug Crimes to build a real-time investigative cooperation system with ASEAN countries. And we continue to carry out numerous anti-drug support projects. More recently, we have dispatched investigators from our office directly to drug enforcement agencies in Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia to build an even more robust real-time cooperation system. In 2022, the Korean Prosecution Service formed the government-wide joint investigation team on voice phishing crime to respond to scam fraud and other organized crime prevalent in the Asia-Pacific region. This joint team is a collaboration among key agencies, including the Prosecution Service, the police, the Financial Supervisory Service, Korea Customs Service, and the National Tax Service. It has been cracking down not only on scam center, but also on criminal organization at every stage of the crime, including these operating caller ID spoofing devices and distributing fraudulent bank accounts. Since its launch 3 years ago, the joint team has achieved significant results, prosecuting and detaining a total of 335 individuals and has been working closely with several Asian countries, including China, Cambodia, and the Philippines. The Korean government also recently established a pan-government task force to counter overseas voice phishing with the goal of dismantling overseas voice phishing organization in a short period. The Korean Prosecution Service is participating in this task force alongside the police, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Financial Service Commission, the Korea Customs Service, and the National Intelligence Service. We anticipated that cooperation with the various countries in the Asia-Pacific region will be integral in the operation of this task force. To respond to the ever-increasing crime related to the virtual asset, the Korean Prosecution Service established the Joint Investigation Department on Virtual Asset Crime at the Seoul Southern District Prosecutor Office in 2023. This department is composed of a virtual asset investigation and analysis team and a virtual asset investigation team. The organic collaboration between these two teams ensures the swift detection of criminal activity and the progression of effective investigation. The department is also strengthening its collaboration with various overseas agencies. Since its launch in July 2023, the Joint Investigation Department has uncovered and severely punished various types of virtual asset crimes, including scam coin fraud, market manipulation fraud, illegal over-the-counter trading, and coin deposit fraud. As of February 2025, it has indicted 74 individuals and confiscated criminal proceeds worth 84.9 billion Korean won, demonstrating its success in tracing complex virtual asset flow and in freezing and recovering criminal proceeds. In addition to the work of this department, the Supreme Prosecutor Office recently held a meeting with Tether, a major stablecoin issuer and operator in the US, to discuss specific measures for future cooperation related to the Korean Prosecution Service virtual currency investigation. Deeply recognizing the seriousness of transnational crime, the Korean Prosecution Service is strengthening its direct network with the international community. Accordingly, we have signed a total of 44 MOUs with foreign law enforcement agencies. Based on a recent MOU with the United States Department of Justice Antitrust Division, the Korean Prosecution Service received criminal intelligence from the DOJ of the United States and conducted a direct investigation that uncovered the full details of the crime. We are also working to strengthen investigative cooperation with China, a crucial partner in the fight against the drug and organized crime. Based on an MOU with China's Ministry of Public Security, we hold an annual bilateral investigation consultative meeting to maintain seamless communication on key current issues. Since 2014, the Supreme Prosecutor Office has served as the Secretariat for the Asset Recovery Interagency Network, that is RNAP. Each year, we host the RNAP Invitation Training Program, playing a key role in building network and enhancing the expertise of asset recovery specialists in the Asia-Pacific region. The 10th RNAP training, held this past April, was attended by 22 participants from 20 countries. They shared information on their national asset recovery system, major cases, and the status of a non-conviction-based forfeiture system. Notably, non-member countries and organizations such as United Kingdom or the United Nations, Europol, and Interpol also attended, further solidifying the network for asset recovery. Furthermore, the Supreme Prosecutor Office is strengthening its cooperative relationship with the 10 other RN networks that exist worldwide. We attend the annual general meeting hosted by CARIN, the European network, every year, and we also participated in the inaugural meeting of the Middle East and the North Africa, that is MENA-ARIN, to contribute to stronger global cooperation in asset recovery. In 2021, the Korean Prosecution Service joined the Global Operation Network of Anti-Corruption Law Enforcement Authority, that is GLOBI Networks, which was launched based on the UN Convention Against Corruption, and we are actively serving as a member of its steering committee. This May, we successfully hosted the regional meeting on corruption and taxation, attended by practitioners from anti-corruption and tax agency in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as officials from international organizations like the UNODC, earning praise from many participants. As you well know, the Republic of Korea is an IT powerhouse with notable expertise in the field of cyber and digital investigation. Accordingly, the Supreme Prosecutor Office has presented a three-part series on virtual asset investigation techniques and best practice for the Globis Storytelling Session Series webinars, garnering significant interest from members. Finally, I would like to introduce the efforts of the Korean Ministry of Justice, the authority responsible for mutual legal assistance to strengthen cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. In 2020, as part of UNODC's project to build a cooperation network and enhance investigative capacity in Southeast Asia, known as the Korean Project, the Ministry of Justice, together with the UNODC's Organized Crime Branch and its regional office for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, established CJUST. As part of CJUST activity, the Ministry of Justice is providing practical training on financial and cybercrime investigation, as well as obtaining and preserving electronic evidence for criminal justice agency in ASEAN countries, such as Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. We are also continuing active exchange and capacity building activity, such as inviting investigators from ASEAN countries, Korea, for training at the Supreme Prosecutor Office National Digital Forensic Center. I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank the UNODC Regional Office for Southeast Asia and the Pacific and Director Delphine Schantz for their efforts in establishing and running CJUST. Once again, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation for allowing me to share the efforts of the Republic of Korea's prosecution service in combating international crime. There is a Latin legal maxim I am fond of, ubi concordia, ibi victoria, which means where there is unity, there is a victory. I hope that today's gathering will be an opportunity to spread the belief that when we join forces, we can fight any crimes and ultimately prevail together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the speech, Director Kang.
예, 안녕하십니까. 오후 시작되는 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저는 1세션의 자장을 맡은 한국형사법무정책연구원 기획조정실장 안송이라고 합니다. 예, 이렇게 큰 국제학술 행사에 자장을 맡게 돼서 굉장히 영광스럽게 생각을 하고요. 처음에는 국제 행사이다 보니까 저도 영어로 사회를 보려고 했는데 여러분들을 위해서 그리고 저를 위해서라도 한국어로 하는 게 좋을 것 같아서 한국어로 이제 사회를 보겠습니다. 동시 통역이 잘 제공되고 있으니까 참고하시면 되겠습니다. 예, 제 1세션의 테마는 초국가적 범죄 대응을 위한 아시아 UN P&I 네트워크 정책 연구 협력이라는 주제로 제 1세션을 시작하려고 합니다. 오늘 이 주제의 발표를 위해서 네 분의 발표자가 발표를 해주시겠는데요. 좀 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 먼저 일본 UN 아시아 극동범죄방지 및 형사사법연구소 일명 유나페라고 하는데요. 소장님이신 야마우치 요시미츠 소장님이십니다. 야마우치 소장님께서는 UN과 G7 등 일본 측 법무성을 대표해서 굵직한 국제 행사를 기획하시고 실제로 그 업무를 담당해 오신 국제통이십니다. 지금 현재는 유나페이 원장님을 맡고 임무를 수행하고 계십니다. 다음은 태국사법연구원 TIJ의 사디엔 피셋 원장님이십니다. 사디엔 원장님은 태국사법연구원 대외관계 및 정책조정실장을 거쳐서 현재 태국사법연구원의 원장으로 재직하고 계십니다. 예, 다음은 베이징사범대학교 법학원 교수님이신 양차오 교수님이십니다. 양차오 교수님께서는 국제영법 반부패 그리고 사법공조 분야 전문가로서 우리와 같은 UN P&I 기관인 중국 쪽 CCLS에서 국제협력 처장을 담당하고 계십니다. 예, 마지막으로 그 UNODC 아태사무소에서 근무하고 계시는 권영주 검사님을 소개해드리겠습니다. 권영주 검사님은 인천지방검찰서 소속이지만 지금 현재 UNODC 아태 지역 사무소 태국에 있는데 그게 파견 나가셔서 그 우리 아시아 태평양 지역 국제 협력을 위해서 좀 활동하고 계시고 이 분야 전문가이십니다. 예, 그러면 그 목차의 순서대로 먼저 그 야마우치 요시미츠 원장님께서 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Director Ang, for your kind introduction. And thank you, President KICJ John Wok-sung, for you and your staff's hospitality and inviting us to this very important forum. My name is Yamauchi Yoshimitsu, and I'm the director of this institute called UNOFE. As you could see on the slide, UNOFE is an acronym. The long name is United Nations Asia and Far East Institute for the Prevention of Crimes and the Treatment of Offenders. I have trouble remembering this name as well as you do. Anyway, today our topic is Asian collaboration through the UN P&I network for countering TOC. So this is a commercial time for us. Since we're talking about P&I just want to let you know who we are and what we do. As I said, we're UNOFE. I think they were mentioning of P&Is today in other keynote speeches. So we're established in 1962, which is a pretty long back. Agreement between the United Nations and the government of Japan led to the establishment of UNOFE, that's us. At first, it was co-organized by the UN and Japan, but later on, it will be solely funded and staffed by the government of Japan, and that's how it is how that currently stands. And what we do, we provide training courses in the field of crime prevention and criminal justices. So, as you see on the slide, we are the oldest P&I, and now there's many P&I throughout the world, and some of them are here with us today. And it's good to have a fellow P&I in the room. As I said, we are affiliated with the United Nations, but we have two hats, actually. As you see on the slide, we wear two hats because we're part of Ministry of Justice as well. And we're part of the Research Training Institute. And within that division, there's a department called UN Training Cooperation Department. So I have a director position in that department as well as UNOFE. And how we're connected to right now with the UNODC or the United Nations is that this director appointment needs to be approved by the UN. That's the result of the agreement with Japan and the UN back in 1962. So this is where we stand. So if you want to find us, you cannot find us in that red brick building. That's the Ministry of Justice main headquarters. We're now located in the city called Akishima. I invite all of you, if you have the chance, to visit our facility. It's nice and new. It's 7 years old, just 7 years old. Further, what we do, as I said, we're staffed by the Ministry of Justice, and I'm a director, but I'm also a prosecutor. I always want to go back to prosecution work. I think the fastest way to tackle organized crime, that's the topic of this forum, is put me back in the prosecutor's office. It's probably the fastest way to tackle organizations on my behalf. But right now, I'm the director, and we have a deputy director. He's also a prosecutor, and we have prosecutors as professors as well. Well, we deal with range of issues that's criminal. So we have correction officers and probation officers as staffs and also as professors. And what we do, as I said, we do international training courses, which I'll be touching upon later on. But we'll be doing training courses on criminal justices, correction rehabilitation, corruption, and we also have regional training courses. The picture you see here is the training, a picture snapshot about our training courses for the Francophone African Criminal Justice Seminar, which is conducted in French, actually. And we do have bilateral cooperations with various countries, as you see on the slide. For example, Timor-Leste we're working together with their prison people to bring in violent, prevention of violence program in the prison. For example, Kenya is trying to import, or should I say, establish a community volunteer probation system. So we send people out to help them how you could train community volunteer probation officers or how to recruit them. And of course, we do UN-related activities, Crime Congress, Crime Commission, and we have MOUs, of course, with KICJ, and we have MOUs with TIJ as well, and CCLCIS, and all those you see on the slide. So this is some of the things that we do, and as a result of our long history of training, we have over 6,600 alumni who attended our international courses over that 60 years time, and they're from 104 jurisdictions. And although it may be a little small, I could see Uzbekistan's name in it, and there's a lot of participants from Uzbekistan. I think we have like 55 coming from them throughout the years, and we have people from Mongolia as well. And of course, we have people from Thailand participating in our training seminars. Unfortunately, Korea, you don't need any training, so we don't come here, more or less. You come here as our visiting experts. So this is what we do. And to get in depth a little more, the examples of some of the training courses in the recent years, it kind of reflects the focus on some of the matters that's relevant to us today. So as you see in the slide, last year's training theme was the spring one was about trafficking in persons. Our autumn seminar was on preventing inappropriate treatment in correctional institutions. Another one for the corruption convention was about detection of corruption and public-private partnership. The winter session was focused on youth involved in terrorism. So you can see the variety of the theme we pick up on. And let me just introduce you the one that we're doing right now and the one that's coming up this year or later on this year. We already had the spring training, and that was on money laundering. Autumn training that we just ended just previously this month was theories of offender rehabilitation and effective implementation of that. And the one that's coming up next week is the UNCAC training program. That's, again, detecting corruption is the one that's coming up next week. And in wintertime, we'll be touching upon reducing reoffending. Now, since I brought this up, I just want to line ourselves in some of the theme that we have. That's organized crime. just want to draw your attention to some of the training courses we had in the past concerning organized crime, and that's countermeasures against trafficking persons, about TOC, so smuggling migrants, again, drug trafficking. 2017 was, in a way, very unique reintegration of organized crime members, because we touch upon, prison matters as well. In 2017, about procedures, practices to disrupt criminal organization. In 2015-12, we touched upon trafficking in persons as well. So these are some of the things that we actually do in our training courses, but I think it's time now to look into look into the situation of organized crime in Japan, because I think that makes it more relevant to talk about today. Now, so since this theme is about organized crime, when we talk about organized crime in Japan, it literally meant Yakuza, Borugudan, from all the way in the past. When I was a working prosecutor, when you meant organized crime, it meant these people. I'm sure you saw them in the movies. You have all these tattoos, see? And they are scattered all around Japan, mostly on the western part, because that's where the more population are. But all these boxes that you see are names. You probably can't see them from the screen, but all these are names of different groups of Boryokudan, or should I say Yakuza, or should I say the mafia types organized crime group. And what they do is they are organized to commit crimes. And there's a lot of crimes they commit. And see, these are some of the figures you see. As you could see, it varies a lot, from murder to meth to extortion to theft. And the most number of cases they commit is either meth, or should I say drug cases, fraud cases, assault, this is violent cases, and theft. Those are the things that's mostly committed, that the Yakuzas commit the most in Japan. Not necessarily that the crimes that they earn their living or have funding, but these are the crimes that's been investigated or prosecuted. And these are the number of cases, but if you ask how many people were arrested for the Yakuza guys, you see on the slide on the bottom, in last year was 8,249 people that were arrested for some kind of crime. And that's those people who are labeled as Yakuzas. And there was a bit of a minus where the numbers was decreased compared to the ones that was before, 14.2-point drop from last year, which means that I think we're doing our job. Now, so what has Japan been doing to kind of eliminate these organized crime groups? Let me just tell you, there were things that we did and maybe was successful. So let me just point out the most prominent things that we've done. One was we actually passed a law, as you see in the slide, Anti-Borugudan Act in 1992, which is was rather relatively frequent. So the real name is Act on Prevention of Unjust Conduct by Organized Crime Group Members. Now, this is a law passed in the Diet in Japan, so it's a national law. And this was intentionally drafted or passed to weaken and to eliminate the Borugudan organization by restricting their ability to operate and generate incomes. And what's unique about this is that there's a designation phase that the police will, if you designate you label a certain group as Yakuzas or Bodogudan under this law, you have all these demerits coming out from that. So the important part is actually labeling a certain entity or organization as a Bodogudan. And there's 25 of them. The ones you saw on the slide before, those are the designated Bodogudan. And once they're designated, a lot of restrictions apply. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a big law saying what kind of restriction will happen. And at the end, they'll be prohibited from engaging in certain activities. Like, if you stop somebody who wants to get away from this organization, that will make that kind of an action a crime in itself. And if you try to get people into that organization, that would be, of course, like crime in itself, which will restrict a lot of activities that they were free to do before this act. But most powerful tool we came up with was the ordinance. Now, as I said, the law that I pointed out, that's a national law. This is ordinance. This is ordinance, a law passed by the local government. So Tokyo has it, Osaka has it, or other parts of Japan has it, but it must be passed by the local government. And actually, this ordinance was put out, again, intentionally to sever the ties between the citizens and the organized crime group. And by 2011, almost all of Japan's local government now has this kind of ordinance. And this law, although I'm not going to put into details, should I just put it this way? This ordinance actually treats Yakuza as not a human being. It's that powerful. It just restricts these people. So citizens will be treated, they're kind of restricted to engage in anything that seems to support or benefit the Yakuza group will be, prohibited under this ordinance. So from the golf courses cannot let Yakuza do golf. If you go to a Japanese golf courses, they'll hand you a paper say, you have to check a box that I am not a Yakuza member. But if you lied, you'll get punished for lying. And of course, if the golf course doesn't check, they'll be punished in that sense. So they're severing the ties between the Yakuzas and the citizens. And this goes a long way, not just the golf courses, but you won't be able to have any sorts of commercial contracts with the Yakuza people if they're designated. And so you won't be able to open any bank accounts. If you don't have a bank account, you cannot rent a house. You cannot do anything. You cannot probably get a hold of iPhones or whatever. You cannot probably be employed. So these are things that those things are really squeezing out the Yakuza from the ordinary life, putting out the ultimate decision. If you want to live normal, you got to get out of this organization. This is how much restriction that these ordinance has been putting on the Yakuzas. And I guess as a result, and perhaps not solely this, but definitely effective, was that these ordinances and laws had really squeezed out the Yakuzas. And as a result, as you see on the slide, we had 87,000 of Yakuza members in 2005. Now it's less than half, 18,800 members as of last year. As you see in the charts, it's a real drop coming out from 2000. If you could see from 2011, all this drop is happening, that's when all the ordinances were put in place in Japan. So I guess these laws and ordinances does matter. But the thing I just want to bring up today is that right now, as I said before, organized crime in Japan used to mean Yakuzas. Now it isn't. Yakuza is the minority now. The problem we're facing right now is the anonymous fluid criminal group is what we call. This is a new type, but the predominant type of structure of organized crime in Japan and perhaps throughout the world. As you see on the left, that's the traditional Yakuza or the mafia type organized crime group. You have a boss on top and you have people high ranking, then you have like a soldier type of thing. It works like a government structure. You know, bosses, they have the control over their subordinates, and the money is earned from the soldiers and goes up the food chain. These are the most typical type of organized crime back in the days, and the Yakuza is like these type of criminal organized crime. Now, it's not. As you see on the right side, this is a diagram from our National Police Agency white paper, but now you have this mastermind who's anonymous, and you don't have a real, that's the core structure, but other than that, they're very fluid. Let me just point out some of the characteristics. You know, the core members, even those people who are in the group doesn't know who the core members are because they are anonymized. They get instruction from, falsified names. And they give instructions to the perpetrator through high means of anonymous communication. And those people who commit the crimes are very fluid. Some people does this, some people does that. They don't do things together, and they are recruited through social media. And when they're arrested, another people will be recruited, and they will be paid, but not as much as the core mastermind. And the fact is that they may not be in the same country. They may be divided. The mastermind may reside abroad. So various crime activities are actually instructed by the core, but some group will do fraud, some do robbery, some do theft, and some do drug trafficking. And for that matter, I think I heard this a lot today, but like you see some of the images of this type of criminal activity, you may have the ringleaders or the executive, or should I say the mastermind, abroad, and they'll be executing some kind of a phone scam, perhaps through some of the people in Japan, and the victim may be in Japan, but whatever money they come out with will be actually sent to another place or be transported from Japan. Let me just read out the case that's in brackets here, because I guess it gives you the picture. Again, criminal, like something like things we heard, I think, from our keynote speaker. In this case, says criminals based in Cambodia, including 38-year-old man, unknown occupation, telephone an elderly person in Japan while purporting to be an employee of a telecommunication carrier, falsely claiming you have an overdue payment to a paid site. You must make a payment by following an instruction. Then the victim purchased 250,000 yen of electric money. The men, and they were sent. And so in April the same year, 19 criminals, including this person, were deported from Cambodia and arrested for fraud. This was an investigation done for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and other polices. So what you're seeing here is that, victims in Japan, the caller is Japanese, but they be calling from Cambodia. And they're recruited through SNS. They're actually defrauded themselves because they may be, they may be lured into these kind of crimes, saying that it's a high-paid job, and end up in Cambodia doing the phone calls. And I think this is very mutual to any other places in the world. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot from the other speakers. I was just talking with the Vietnamese prosecution, I think last month, and we presented this case and then presented a similar case, and they also had an investigation going on in Cambodia. So one of the conclusions was that the Japanese prosecution and the Vietnamese prosecution may be after the same person. So that's how the status of organized crime is right now in the world. So probably as a way of conclusion, so what could be the countermeasures against these kind of crimes? Well, I guess you need to alert the public not to, pay money easily or be recruited to these members easily. So we need awareness raising. We need to detect these fraudulent advertisements. And of course, to do away with these false bank accounts, we need a stricter identity verification. And of course, we need to do more investigation prosecution, and we need to explore more effective way of actually investigating. And that includes promoting international cooperation among the countries. And so, what can the PNI do to fight TOC? Of course, PNIs are not investigators' authorities, but we could still study, we could still devise a strategy, and we could still promote the fight. And we could gather these best practices that may work, and we could share information about our instruments and bring together, because we're on more or less a neutral ground, to bring together different legal entities that fight these kind of crimes. And so I think I'm running out of time. So what can we do together is, I think, the theme of this forum. We could share data together, and we could share studies and research and analysis, and we could have a joint study on TOC. As I said, we may be facing the same suspect, and we could have a joint forum, and we could promote this together. And I think there's a lot of collaboration that we could work together in making this kind of capacity building work. So I think I ran out of time, my allocated time. So thank you. I don't think I may probably have that much of time for questioning, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Director Yamauchi, for your great, insightful presentation. 예, 다음은 우리 태국사법연구원 TIJ 원장님이신 사디엔 피셋 원장님께서 초국가적 범죄 대응을 위한 국제협력 강화라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the KICJIF for organizing this important international forum. This is my second time to personally attend this event, and I am pleased that it is an opportunity for me and for TIJ to be sharing some insights relating to how we could work together to fight international organized crime. First, I would like to begin by commending the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice for providing very useful platform where evidence, policy, and practice can come together to advance strategies against the TOCs. The KICJ has long served as a model for many of us in the UNPNI family through its intellectual leadership and its enduring commitment to linking research and the real-world justice reform. Today, the Thailand Institute of Justice, or TIJ, joins as a proud member of the UN Crime Program Network of Institutes, and we are the latest member but the first in Southeast Asian nations. We work closely with our partners, including UNODC and fellow institutes like the UNIFE, to translate global standards into local practice through research, capacity building, and policy engagement. For my presentation today, I will organize it into 3 parts. First, I would touch upon the situational overview in Southeast Asia. Then I will move on to tell you a little bit about where TIJ stands and what could be our role within vis-a-vis the region. And last, I would end by sharing with you the emerging ASEAN strategies that could help us move from coordination to collaboration. First, let's have a quick look of what goes on within Southeast Asian region. As some of you might be aware, across ASEAN, there are 3 reinforcing transformation or shifts that define today's transnational organized crime landscape. First is the changing face of mobility and exploitation. What I mean by that? Well, Southeast Asia has long depended on labor migration. It keeps economies alive, but also create vulnerabilities. Today, many migrants relied on costly or irregular migration channels, often leading to debt bondage or exploitation. Porous borders and weak referral mechanisms make it easier for trafficking and smuggling networks to thrive. While national referral mechanisms or NRMs exist, their implementation varies widely, leaving many victims unprotected or even unseen. The second important point to share with you is the industrialization of cyber-enabled fraud. We are now witnessing the industrial scale cooperation of scam compounds, a new breed of organized crime where technology, coercion, and money laundering intersect. These operations are often based in the Mekong sub-region, but their reach is global. Funds move faster than authorities can react through underground banking, crypto exchanges, and money muling. Countries like Thailand have responded with daily transfer caps and bilateral coordination centers with China, for instance, but regional mechanisms lag behind. The challenge is not just to track the money, but also to shorten the time lag between detection and enforcement. And third point is that the crime market has now converged and increased the risk in terms of maritime transaction. We have seen the conversion of drug trafficking, financial crime, and maritime smuggling, which now defines the region's new crimes ecosystem. The Andaman Bay of Bengal corridor has become a high-risk zone for trafficking, piracy, and forced labor. This in turn requires routine use of the ASEAN Mutual Legal Assistance Treaties, or MLATs, and the leveraging of Interpol's Regional Innovation Center in Singapore to preserve evidence and enhance digital forensics. Also, underlying these 3 main issues, there's also the regional vulnerabilities that are amplified by a number of factors, including geography and connectivity, wage gaps and exploitative recruitment practices, the rise of encrypted digital platforms, informal value transfer systems, and also corruption that continues to erode trust and accountability. So if you look at the Global Organized Crime Index, you see a very sobering picture. The Mekong sub-region is the darkest. Maritime states fall in the mid to high range, And maybe Singapore remains a rare case where they still witness low criminality. Now, let me move on to my second part, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the TIJ's work within the UN PNI system. So again, this backdrop that I have just shared with you, the TIJ serves as the connector between the standards and practice across ASEAN. Well, we have a few roles to play. First, we provide a regional convening platform where TIJ hosts the ASEAN Conference on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice. We call it ACCPCJ. It is a forum that is led by practitioners and policymakers that tries to align justice authorities, institutions, as well as those working in the academic background and also the civil society to come together and discuss on common ground issues. The ACCPJ has been a formal fora recognized by the ASEAN as a space where cross-border cooperation is also promoted, for example, by refining evidence handoff protocols or referral pathways across borders. We also put a lot of effort into capacity building and standard setting at TIJ, where we provide a cohort-based training on UN standards. We try not to allow our activities to overlap with our members of PNI, for instance, the UNAFE. So we focus on selected issues within the UN standards and norms. For instance, we focus on survivor-safe interviewing techniques, non-punishment principles, digital evidence, and NRM operations. Each training uses model case bundles, checklists, and standard operating practices or SOPs for agencies to adopt. And we continue to track the cohort progress to ensure sustainability and uptake. Also, we also work closely with organizations like the World Justice Project to monitor the rule of law factors, such as the absence of corruption, the criminal justice, by providing data-driven diagnostics for policy reform. Well, this is part of the activities that I have just mentioned, the ACCPCJ, the regional forum. Of course, we also work closely with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, Southeast Asian Regional Office, to organize this training for Southeast Asian, the T4C, annually. And we also organize the Rule of Law Forum and the Rule of Law Fair at the TIJ. And this is our way to still try to connect the general public in Thai society to the broader issues of the accountability in the rule of law system, where it could provide a useful and conducive environment when we tackle serious issues like organized crime. So it's all connected. Now, let me move on to my last part about the ASEAN strategies that would be useful in thinking about how we could make progress going forward. First, just to give you a strategy context, the ASEAN's framework is already set through what is called the Kuala Lumpur Declaration and the ASEAN Plan of Action to combat transnational organized crime, which has been in effect until this year, 2025. And these frameworks call for criminalization, legal cooperation, information sharing, and joint operations against priority crimes such as trafficking, cybercrime, drug smuggling, and money laundering. And with this plan of action cycle ending soon, now is the time to renew our vision by embedding people-centered justice and the rule of law integrity into ASEAN's next iteration. Next, I would like to maybe share with you the 3 actionable workflows that we could conceive. First, Training and institutional capacity building could be utilized to convert standards into practice. And this includes THJ's work through the forums such as the AACCPCJ that I just mentioned, the T4C training course, and also, of course, the Rule of Law Forum that we organize jointly with the WJP. These provide us with an opportunity for co-designing, co-teaching, and co-funding among ASEAN partners. And second, legal alignment and financial integrity could be utilized to disrupt enabling factors that I mentioned earlier. And in this, we must ensure coherent implementation of ACCT, ACTIP, and emerging financial integrity frameworks while addressing gaps with the new regional instruments where necessary. Third and last point is to make cooperation routine and interoperable by default. And this means we need to maximize the use of the ASEAN MLAT. We need to connect database and to strengthen information sharing across the region. I think this comes to my last point, but I would like to end by summarizing a few salient points that I would like to touch upon. First, transnational organized crime is not merely a law enforcement problem anymore. It is a systemic, networked, and adaptive challenge that moves faster than our traditional institutions. So the way forward for ASEAN is an integrated approach anchored in the rule of law, informed by people-centered justice, and powered by regional interoperability. And practical regional instruments that already exist, such as the MLATs, needs to be put into effective use. But what remains is probably to make these tools more like a pilot mode, a habitual, automatic, humane in their use as well. And I would like to emphasize as well the forums like the one that we are today, the KICJIF, remind us that no country can tackle networked crime alone. But if we join forces, combine our evidence, data, and human compassion, then security in our region can be built not through fear, but through dignity. As part of the UN PNI family, TIJ will continue to serve as the bridge between research and practice, advancing collaborative models like the ASEAN Crime Prevention and Justice Forum, efforts to standardize victim-centered matrices, and also piloting innovations to enhance trust and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, if we work alone, we will always lag behind the network of offenders. But if we work together, like many people already mentioned, we can build a network of justice, the one that protects, empowers, and uplifts every person in our region. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Director Sadian, for your excellent presentation. 예, 다음은 그 베이징 사범대 법학원 교수님이신 양차오 교수님께서 초국가적 범죄 대응을 위한 사법기관의 역할이라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. First of all, thank you for KICJ to organize this important international forum. We are so glad to be here. And I come from China, Beijing Normal University, Criminal College for Criminal Law Science, and also law school. Actually, CCLS. Our CCLS is also the national institution of the PNI family. So we are so glad to back to the PNI families. And I will have a very brief introduction about our CCLS. Actually, CCLS is the only PNI national institution in China, and also CCLS is one of the top Department for Criminal Law Science Research in China. For our CCLS, we have the major characteristics, that is our college and also our law school is very focused on the cooperation, not only from the international level, also in the national level. We are very focused on the cooperation between college to the juridical authorities. So our law school and the CCLS, we have the many national partners from the Supreme Court and the Supreme Prosecutor, and not only for our students and including our professors, we also has many cooperation projects with these juridical authorities. So, and also from the international levels, we are also very working, and like before, we also did many cooperation projects from the UNODC and the other international partners. So today, now I will start my presentation today. Today, my topic is the role of law enforcement in combating transnational organized crimes. And for my topic today, I will talk from the following three perspectives. First of all, I will introduce a snapshot about the transition organized crime, and in particularly, I will talk about the international telegram communication fraud and also the internet fraud. And second, I will introduce about from the domestic level of law of China about how to start the international cooperation in juridical assistance in criminal matters. And for the last point, I will also talk about the approach how to improve the international cooperation in the criminal matters. So now I will. First of all, we can take a snapshot about the Chinese has operated the international cooperation in the usually by the police cooperation in the past years. As I said, today I will talk about the international internet fraud as the particular case. The reason why I take the international internet fraud as an example is today, just as the previous speaker have said, for this international or transition organized crime, no country can be alone. Countries must or have to cooperate to combat, to crack down this international organized crimes. This international organized crime has become more and more professional, more and more organized, and also more and more sophisticated in the technology level. So countries also need to be united, need to have more ways to cooperate. Also, in the past years, as also China is also the victim of the international internet fraud. In China, for past 3 years, tons of the victims has been as the victim of the international internet fraud. And also during the international internet and also the telecommunication fraud, in these cases, the victim is not just as the victim owning to those like loss of money, like to be fraud as loss of a fortune. And also this international or transitional internet fraud has been related to many other serious crimes, such as the organized crime and also like multiple murders, and also like to serious injuries, and also like to assault with weapons. So the reason I take the international internet fraud as an example is not only China is the victim to the international internet fraud, and also many other countries in the world today. So we can see by this slide that in the past, since 2023, in the past 2 or 3 years, China has operated several important joint police cooperation with Myanmar and the other ASEAN countries. And by this joint operated police cooperation, China and also the other Myanmar and the other ASEAN countries has achieved pretty great cooperation fruits. We can see that not only about the suspended has been transferred, and also by this joint police cooperation, we have the transferred suspect, transfer about evidence, and there has been joint investigation, and also we have cracked down several key leaders in these organized crimes, and also in these joint cooperations, we have many more than 2,000 fugitives has been captured, and also in these joint cooperations that many procedure of crimes has been recovered. And by this joint cooperation, not only China and also the other cooperated countries has been joined by this recovered asset. So for the next page, we can also see the timeline. In the past years, China has operated the major operation, police cooperation, to crack down the international internet fraud. And also by this timeline, we can see that with by the police cooperation level, that many important key level of organized crimes to the internet fraud has been crafted and also has been captured and also transferred to China or the other countries. And till now, we can see that also many suspected has been trialed. And so there's the snapshot about the cooperation, internet. So, as I have said, why we need to, as we have seen that for the past years, there have been several important joint cooperation, international cooperation in police channel. And we have seen that China and also the ASEAN countries has made great fruit and pretty much great cooperation fruit. And from one side, we can see that for this China and the other ASEAN countries has made great joint operated cooperation. But in the other side, we may also wonder, with so much important joint cooperation, why there's still so many international internet fraud organized crimes. And the reason is from the technological level and also from the other levels, international internet fraud, they has been faced many challenges to the juridical authorities. The reason is first, there's the juridical complexities. For the international or the transactional organized crimes, for their daily life, they had been operated cross-border. That is the usually operated way for these organized crimes, and especially for the international internet fraud, they has been operated cross-border, and also from the evidence level, we can also see that the reason just due to this crime has been operated cross-border. So the important way in the international juridical assistance in criminal matters is how to make the evidence exchange and how to make the evidence can be abide to the different evidence standard with the different countries. So from the evidence level, we can see that different countries have the different standard for the evidence to assist. And also for today, for the technology era today, the evidence also has been become the two general types. One is the traditional evidence, and also in the case of the international internet fraud, there also has been e-evidence for the digital evidence. And the digital evidence is also made another challenge for the cooperation, English juridical cooperation, and also for the police cooperation, and how can make this digital evidence can be more accessible to the different countries. That is also the challenge is why the international internet fraud still has been so often for many countries today. And now we can see why today the international internet fraud has been more organized and more professional. This is the general or regular organized structure of the criminal networks for the international internet fraud. They has been divided to the three levels. They were being the financial backers, as we can see that the financial backers are always and usually to be anonymous. That is, that usually they will be the leaders or one of the major leaders to these organized crimes, and they also have the two management layers, and also they have to the third level is the operational staff. This operational staff is also the one that will be directly connected to the victims. This operational staff may have also by this recruited by this organized crime every day, and usually in this organized structure, the operational staff is the lowest level, and they also has to be recruit every day, and the numbers of these operating staff would maybe has to accumulated to be huge, and we can see that also the September 19 is also one of the major joint cooperation between China and Myanmar, and by that time of the joint cooperation. In international cooperation, China has been transferred and captured more than 400 suspects for the international internet fraud as organized crimes. And now we can see also the reason of why the international internet fraud has become, we can say, like so popular in these organized crimes. One of the very important inactivity is that they has been pursue the crime of the proceed, and also the reason why this kind of the crime is has been so many challenges or with so difficult to be cracked down is the way that they transfer the money, is the money laundering. And here is one of the three of the most daily or usually ways that the international internet fraud has to be made the money transfer or the money laundering. One is by the banking system transfer, and the other is by the third-party payment platform. And also there will has to be a huge net of the underground banking network. And by these three of the most common money transfer ways, the money transfer has become more and more become harder and harder to be detected and to be located. And also just the reason that the money transfer has been take advantage of the technology today, so the judicial authorities need to have more fluently and more efficient mechanism and system to cooperate it. So that just by the more efficient mechanism to cooperate it, that is the basis can to be located and to be detected. The money has to be transferred. And for the second level, I would introduce about from the domestic level of the Chinese legal frameworkers, and that is also the legal bias. How can China to start or operate the international cooperation, not only from the not only for extradition and also for the international juridical assistance in criminal matters. As we can see that for China today now, we have the two major laws that support as a solid legal barriers to China to operate the international cooperation in extradition and also in the juridical assistance in criminal matters. First of all, we can see the extradition law that is China is enacted in 2000, 25 years ago. And by the extradition law, by this law, China have the solid legal barriers to start the extradition cooperation to the other countries, and also in the extradition law of the China, we have to abate the standard of the international conventions. As in the extradition law of the China, we also have set up the general principles for extradition, just such as the dual criminality, the legality, and the principle of the specificity. And also in the extradition law, we have also established the examination mechanism for the extradition required to China, and also China as the required country to propose the extradition to the other countries. And for now, for China now, we have the examination mechanism for extradition is we have the state of the council, and also the Supreme Court is as we have as the major examiner as in this mechanism. So we have the administrative examination and also the juridical examination. So there's the dual examination mechanism for the extradition required to China. And also in the 2018, China also has enacted the International Criminal Juridical Assistance Law. And this is also another very important law, and also as one of the major improvement in this area for China. By the International Criminal Juridical Assistance Law, this law is focused. This law provided the comprehensive framework to China to start the cooperation, not only to let the traditional extradition, but also have to like the legal assistance, including the document deliver, and also as the evidence correction. As we know that for today in the context of worldwide, the evidence correction and the juridical assistance in criminal matters, evidence is one of the most important part that can be as the bias to start or to proceed the whole cooperation in the juridical assistance in criminal matters. And also in the International Criminal Juridical Assistance laws, this law also included for as the asset freezing and for the offender transfers. So by these two major laws, China has the solid legal base for China to start or operate for the extradition and also the international criminal juridical assistance. So back to the prospect of the international. We can also see that for now, China have the signed and bilateral extraditional treaties or agreement has been the 46 countries, and also there have been 14 countries have also signed it and accepted the extraditional treaties to China today. And also Thailand is one of the countries that Thailand is the first country that signed the bilateral extraditional treaties to China. That is signed by the 1993, and also Korea is also has the bilateral extradition treaties with China, and also in the past years, no matter to the Thailand or Korea or the other Asian countries, we have did many successful extraditional and also the international judicial assistance cases. And back to the prospect of the international internet fraud and the way how can be China or the other countries to be operated the international cooperation. Usually from the China perspective, especially for the China to the other ASEAN countries, just like in the previous slide, I have shown that China cooperation with the Maya and also Philippines and the other countries. The two of the common ways that China has been used to crack down the international internet fraud, organized crime is the formal extraditional, and also we have another common ways is also by the administrative repression, and for the extraditional methods, that the legal base is for the extraditional law, and for another, because I just mentioned that for now, this important or major the joint cooperation with China operated is by the way that from the police cooperation, by the police cooperation is not from the judicial cooperation, because from in the field of the international assistance, the two ways is the judicial cooperation and the police cooperation that can be authorized or operated by the different authorities, and also from the different law as the legal barriers to establish to operate this cooperation. So for crackdown the international internet fraud, just as I have mentioned that this organized crimes for today, they have to take advantage of the technology. So this kind of the crime has become more and more sophisticated and also more and more technology. And also for the money laundering or the money transfer, they has been become more and more friendly, or they has been so hard to be detected and to be located. So we know that if China always, if one country that always followed by the formal traditional extraditional ways, that the way to that the proceed to operate it or to start a cooperation may cost too much time, and by that time it's hard to be located the suspect or the asset. So in this dilemma or this situation, we need the international cooperation ways that can be more faster or more efficiently. So that is the reason why China and the other countries usually choose the police cooperation as the major ways to crack down this international internet fraud. And that is the reason in the second point, the administrative reputation may usually as one of the common ways that used in crack down this international internet fraud. And now we can see for the next page, we may also see that in this cooperation, the evidence, the cross-border evidence collection is one of the major challenges to the judicial authorities in these operated corporations. And we can see that they has been be two general types of evidence, the physical evidence as the traditional evidence, and also we have the digital evidence. And how can be to preserve and to transfer and to admit accessible to this digital evidence is also the challenges to every countries in this world, in the worldwide today. And we may also know that for in the last year, UN has just passed the International Anti-Cybercrime Convention that by these legal frameworks, they has been established special ways that to be cracked down by the cybercrime, but also they has been proposed several solutions to the countries that maybe by how to improve the cooperation, especially in the point of the digital evidence, and the other cases may related to the digital situations. And last, I will also introduce the part of that in crackdown the international internet fraud cases, how in these cases, how the asset will be recovered still from the domestic legal level. That for China today, we have the several situations. The first is we may be confiscated these proceed of the crimes when there is confiscation orders exist. From the procedure level, we can see that we have the field process for the confiscation orders. That is the Supreme Court. We have the judicial review, and that the executional authorities will be the High Court that be assigned by the Supreme Court. And also from the procedure perspective, we also have the final determinations as the right protection, as for the basic right protection. And next, also in these cases, if there's no asset confiscation orders, in 2018, the CPC of the China has one of the major revise is that we have established a special procedure, criminal procedures, especially to focus on the illegal asset. By these special criminal procedures to confiscate these illegal assets, we don't need to be related to the suspect or to related to the criminal sentence. For these special criminal procedures is only focused on the illegal asset. The prosecutor has need to prove that this asset is illegal or has to be or as the procedure of the criminals. So also by these special criminal procedures, China legislature also have to establish the basic human right, and also as the other right protection articles, we can see that we also have the stakeholders protection procedures, and also we have the other procedure safeguard to balance the relationship between crackdown crimes and also protection the innocent people. And for the last, in crackdown this international internet fraud by the part of the asset recovery in China, in the legal frameworks, we also have the simplified confiscation procedures. The practice of these simplified confiscation procedures, that is, the procedure can be moved to be very fast, very fluently, and the premise to applicate simplified confiscation procedures that can be that need to be meet similar standards. That is, we have abide with the evidence chain, and also there will be no campaigning about these asset claims. So for the last point of my presentation, I may also say that, just as the other previous speakers have said, that facing this international organized crime today, no country can be alarmed, not only to let as I take international internet fraud as a particular example, to any other kind of any other forms of international organized crimes. The country has to be united, and how to unite it, we can improve not only by the technology integrities, and we can also by the different training programs by the different countries. That is also one of the important ways for different countries to know about the different legal assistance to that countries. That is also one of the most important factors that can be to improve the international cooperations in these cases. And also, we may also have to be multiple partnership. That is also one of the important ways in the future. So that is all my presentations today. And for last, I have to thanks for KICJ again. This is also my first time to South Korea. It's really a wonderful and amazing trip, not only for the international forum today, but also for this culture today. I really thank for the warm organizer, and hope not only and hope in the future also by the PNI family we will have and more possibilities to have the more cooperations. Thank you all.
Professor Yang, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. 양 교수님께서는 초국가적 범죄에 대한 현황과 또 대응의 어려움, 그리고 어떠한 대응을 해야 되는지에서 좀 간략하게 설명을 해주신 것 같습니다. 예, 마지막으로 UNODC의 권영주 검사님께서 지금 태국에 지금 현재 파견을 나가서 근무하고 계신데, 태국의 현지 사례를 중심으로 소개를 하면서 실제로 우리가 어떤 대응을 해야 되는지 아마 구체적으로 말씀해 주실 것 같습니다. 예, 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Youngju Kwon, and I'm a prosecutorial and judicial advisor in UNODC Bangkok office. Before joining UNODC, I worked for several years as a prosecutor in South Korea. It is indeed my honor to stand here on behalf of UNODC at this important forum. It is a great pleasure to see such a diverse group of experts gathered here to discuss a topic of genuine importance. My presentation topic is, as you see, TOC and the critical role of judicial cooperation networks. In my presentation, I will begin by sharing UNODC and our regional office for Southeast Asia and Pacific, and then I will explore the growing spread and impact scam-centered crimes in Southeast Asia, a modern form of transnational organized crime. And next, I'll describe a role and impact of the Southeast Asia Judicial Networks, also known as CJIF, which has become a cornerstone for collaborative response to these challenges. And finally, I'll introduce the United Nations Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program Network Institute, or UNPNI, and highlight their emerging role in world partnership and expertise. Let's take it step by step. As you all know, UNODC was established in 1997 and has since taken the lead in addressing global challenges related to drugs and crime. UNODC core mandate include combating drug problems, countering organized crime and economic crime, advancing anti-corruption, supporting criminal justice systems, and countering terrorism. Our headquarters is in Vienna, Austria, and we operate 18 official regional offices, including the regional office for Southeast Asia and Pacific, and as well as offices in Latin America, Africa, and Middle East. Each regional office tailored its approach to local challenges and mobilizes effective, rapid international cooperation. The strong partnership between the headquarters and field offices ensure UNODC can respond proactively and coherently to emerging threats over different regions. Now let me move to UNODC ROSEAP, where I am based. As you see, the office serves 18 countries with its main hub in Bangkok. With national law at our country office in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, and others work very closely with national law enforcement agencies to foster collaboration and coordination at multiple levels. UNODC ROSEAP divided this work like our Vienna headquarters, and we also strive to innovate through advanced data and intelligence, policy improvement, substantial training, and engaging deeply with regional and global partners to maximize our impact. UNODC ROSEAP is actively implementing integrated strategies to address emerging threats, including cybercrime, money laundering, illicit financial flows, and crimes against the environment. We pursue broad cooperation, working with government, private sector, and civil society to prevent human trafficking and migrant smugglings. Strengthening border management authorities is also a priority to better stop and prevent trafficking and illicit flows at the regional front lines. What does this look like in practice? It means analyzing crime data and intelligence, supporting field investigations, producing policy reports, organizing specialist workshops, and convening effective joint working groups with government and multilateral organizations. Now let us give you an example of Transnational Organized Crime, TOC. One of the most significant forms of TOC in Southeast Asia is scam center-related crime. As mentioned by Professor Yang Chao, the spread and impact are now global. According to the ROSEAP's latest report, scam centers caused an estimated $3.7 billion in economic losses across Asia and Southeast Asia in 2023. And hundreds of thousands of people are estimated to have been trafficked and exploited in connection with these crimes. As many of you already be aware, the current crisis involving the detention of South Korean nationals in scam centers in Cambodia has become a major concern. In response, the Korean government sent out a high-level interagency response team to Cambodia yesterday to address this situation. As you can see on the map, the major scam compounds are concentrated in the Mekong River region, and the arrows illustrate how criminal organizations and trafficked victims cross borders. And the map in the right shows green dots representing the diverse nationalities of people identified with scam compounds, spanning North and South America, Europe, Africa, and across Asia. This really demonstrates the victims and perpetrators are truly multinational. This is not just a regional problem. This is a global crisis. And here you see images from Google Earth. and some on-ground photos from scam centers, sites, and victim rescue. In less than 2 years, the remote areas along Mekong River have been transformed into vast criminal compounds, complete with high-tech infrastructure and armed protection. What you see here is just not illicit infrastructure, but the industrialization of organized crime itself. The scam centers serve as hubs for human trafficking, forced labor, massive digital fraud, and armed group involvements. A vivid picture of criminal organization becoming more industrialized and transnational. What we can see sophisticated cross-border movement of workers, rapid transformation of physical infrastructure, and complex network with non-state armed groups, all allowing the advanced and complex nature of the phenomenon. Another defining feature of scam center is the complexity of worldwide connectivity of illicit flows. At their heart, these crimes seek only profit. The chart you see here outlines the multi-stage laundering process, placement, layering, and integration. Illicit funds entered through gambling accounts are moved through complex transfers and finally reappear as clean investment or assets. Following these money trails, which cross borders and disguise online, is one of the most difficult yet essential challenges for law enforcement and justice system worldwide. To address these challenges, the UNODC ROSEAP has issued several key recommendations, raising political awareness and commitment, promoting whole-of-government responses and interagency coordination, strengthening regulatory frameworks, enhancing the technical and operational capacity of enforcement agencies, and also advancing practical and operational regional cooperation. It is crucial to understand that no country can tackle these challenges alone. Effective information sharing, and trust building and robust multilateral network are not optional. They are imperative. Now, more than ever, the world needs strong international cooperation platforms. In line with this vision, I'd like to introduce one of the most promising models for regional cooperation, CJUST, the Southeast Asia Judicial Network. CJUST is coordinated by the UNODC ROSEAP with the strong support of Republic of Korea, and I'm honored to serve as its secretariat. CJUST was launched in March 2020 with just 8 member countries to help faster and more effective respond to TOC. Since then, our network has expanded to 22 members, bringing together countries well beyond the region. I'm also pleased to see that most participants for today are from CJUST member countries. CJUST continue to strengthen capacity and coordination among judicial authorities through annual plenary meetings, facilitating bilateral consultations, capacity building workshops, and legal assistance, and translation and interpretation services. The strength of CJUST lies in a designated contact point in each member country. These experts ensure that mutual legal assistance, we call that MLA, requests are handled quickly and practical judicial cooperation is achieved, and that communication between authorities is direct and effective. Such real-time and informal communication help resolve procedural complexities quickly and break down barriers and build trust where it matters the most. Allow me to highlight some of our measurable achievements. Since its inception, CJUST has facilitated over 180 MLA requests as of November last year. As shown in the graph, the number of cases has increasingly increased rapidly, and I am confident that by the end of this year, the statistics are going to reflect even more cases. The graph on the right shows the most MLA requests are related to profit-driven crimes such as scam centers. This provides essential guidance for our strategic direction on TOC response. It is also help us concentrate our support and resources on the areas where they are most needed. And let's look beyond Southeast Asia for a moment. CJIF is also forging alliance with other key networks and organizations for truly inter-regional cooperation. We collaborate with ASEAN, the GLOBE, CAIC in Central Asia and the Southern Caucasus, and European judicial networks, WACAP in West Africa, and Eurojust and others. By doing so, we are building judicial bridges that connect commitment and show the truly global nature of the fight against organized crime. In practice, when CJIF's member country needs to submit MLA request to a country belongs to another regional networks, and the CJIF Secretariat can quickly coordinate with the Secretariat of that network to provide the necessary information and facilitate coordination. This partnership makes CJIF more dynamic, more effective, and give rise to genuine synergy that we tackle crime at the global level. And finally, I'd like to spotlight the United Nations Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program Network Institute, or UNPNI. UNPNI truly represents the power of global knowledge and partnership. By connecting practitioners and academics and policymakers, it acts like a hub of shared expertise and innovation in crime prevention and justice. UNODC partners closely with UNPNI, advancing research, policy toolkits, field initiatives, and global projects in practical cooperation. There are 4 UNPNI institutes actively operating in Asia, including KICJ, and I believe it's very meaningful that 4 of institutions are represented here today. As our colleagues from UNAFE, TIJ, and CCLA have highlighted, UNPNI plays a pivotal bridging role in research and policy support, capacity building, and support for UN crime program and events, and knowledge sharing and innovation. Its values lies in enabling seamless communication among researchers and practitioners, and fostering policy innovation across global, regional, and national levels. As this forum continues, I hope our discussions will translate to real coordinated actions. Thank you once again to KICJ for convening us, and to all colleagues for your commitment to safer region. Thank you very much for your attention.
예, 권영주 검사님, 훌륭한 강연 감사드립니다. 권 검사님께서는 초국가적 조직범죄에 대해서 초국가적으로 범죄가 온라인과 국경을 넘나들면서 일어나니까 국제 형사 사법 공조를 더욱 강화할 필요가 있고, 따라서 사법협력 네트워크를 더욱 공고히 할 필요가 있다는 점을 실제 사례를 근거로 잘 설명해 주신 것 같습니다. 예, 이것으로 1세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 좀 쉬었다가 다시 2세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 한 20분 정도 쉬도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, we are right on the schedule, so it's time to start the second session of this forum. Hello everyone, welcome to the second session of KICJ International Forum. I'm Han-Gyun Kim, Senior Research Fellow at KICJ. And it's my honor to join this session as the chair, and also I'm very glad to have with all distinguished guests and speakers with this session. And my institute has built up a great reputation in the field of researching transnational organized crime and international cooperation in criminal justice, and also as a member state of UN Program Network Institute. My institute has dedicated international and regional cooperation in criminal justice. So the topic of this session is much more meaningful for this forum. So the topic of this session is cooperation among Asian countries in addressing transnational organized crime. So please consult the international booklet at page 69. As you can see at page 69, this session has 4 speakers with two discussants, and we have 150 minutes for this session, so it's quite a heavy session, I think. But I do hope I can manage this session smart, and if you all participants cooperate in speeding up this session, I hope we can have dinner earlier. Okay, so for this session, please make your presentation 20 to 25 minutes each, which will be followed 5 to 10 minutes discussion, okay? So please allow me to introduce our first speaker. The first speaker came from Uzbekistan, and please forgive my bad pronunciation. The first speaker is Dr. Bakhtiyor Erekinovich Berudialiev from Uzbekistan. Thank you for your attendance. Dr. Berudialiev has served as Deputy Head of Department of Public Safety from year 2020 to 24, and now he serves as the Head of Research Institute of Criminology, Uzbekistan. So Dr. Berudialiev will give his presentation on the topic of the international cooperation system of Uzbekistan and main directions of his own institute. So Dr. Berudialiev will give his presentation in his own language, which will be provided with consecutive interpretation. So Dr. Berudialiev, you have the floor.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Jon Van So'z janoblari.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished Dr. Jang Wol-sing and honorable participants of today's forum.
Hurmatli bugungi forum ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar, zamonaviy dunyoning shiddat bilan o'zgarishi jinoyatchilikning turli shakllari va xavf-xatarlari ortib borishiga olib kelmoqda. Bu esa mamlakatlar oldiga yangi va murakkab vazifalarni qo'ymoqda. Samarali huquq-tartibot tizimini ta'minlash, jinoyatchilikni barvaqt oldini olish va fuqarolar xavfsizligini mustahkamlash asosiy masalamizdan bittasi hisoblanadi. Shu maqsadda ilmiy innovatsion ekotizimni rivojlantirish, ayniqsa kriminologiya va adliya sohalarida zamonaviy tadqiqotlarni amalga oshirish muhim ahamiyat kasb etmoqda.
The rapid transformation of the modern world has led to an increasing in various forms of crime and emerging threats. This in turn places new and complex responsibility upon nations to ensure an effective law enforcement system, prevent crimes in a timely manner, and strengthen public safety. In this regard, developing a scientific and innovative ecosystem and conducting modern research in the field of criminology and justice are of vital importance.
Bugungi forum jinoyat huquqi va adliya sohasida faoliyat yuritayotgan nufuzli olimlar, davlat idoralari vakillari va amaliy tajribaga ega mutaxassislarni birlashtirganini ko'rib turibmiz. Forum dasturi huquqbuzarlikka qarshi kurashish, inson huquqlarini himoya qilish, qonun ustuvorligini ta'minlash yo'nalishidagi dolzarb masalalar bilan shug'ullanayotgan hamkasblar orasida katta qiziqish uyg'otgani shubhasiz.
Today's forum has brought together prominent scholars, representatives of government institutions, and practitioners with extensive experience in the field of criminal law and justice. Undoubtedly, the program of the forum devoted to combating crime, protecting human rights, and ensuring the rule of law has generated great interest among our colleagues.
Bugun Koreya Kriminologiya va adliya instituti tomonidan tashkil etilgan 12-chi xalqaro forum ishtirokchilariga samimiy tabrik so'zlarini yo'llamoqchiman. Bugungi nufuzli anjuman jinoyatchilikka qarshi kurash va adliya sohasida xalqaro hamkorlikni yanada mustahkamlaydi. Ilmiy tadqiqot yo'nalishlariga esa yangi surat bag'ishlaydi.
I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all participants of the 12th International Forum organized by the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. This prestigious event will further strengthen international cooperation in the fight against crime and justice, while giving new impetus to scientific research in this area.
So'zimni Prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyevning iliq nuqtalarini ta'kidlab o'tishni joiz bildim. Ya'ni Koreya xalqi sabr, qat'iyat va zamonaviy bilimlar bilan butun dunyoda iqtisodiy mo'jizaga erishgan. Biz ham bu tajribadan chuqur ilhomlanamiz.
Allow me to recall the inspiring words of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev. The Korean people, through potential, perseverance, and modern knowledge, have achieved an economic miracle admired by the entire world. We deeply draw inspiration from this experience.
Jahonning eng qadimgi tamaddunlaridan va sivilizatsiya markazlaridan biri bo'lgan Koreya Respublikasiga tashrif buyurganimizdan hamda sizlar bilan Osiyoning yuragi deb nom olgan qadimiy Seul shahrida ko'rishib turganimdan bag'oyat xursandman. Fursatdan foydalanib bizni Koreya zaminiga taklif etganingiz, yuqori darajadagi mehmondo'stlik va qabul hamda bildirilgan samimiy fikrlaringiz uchun minnatdorchilik izhor etaman.
It's great pleasure and honor to visit one of the world's excellent centers of civilization, the Republic of Korea, and to meet all of you here in Seoul, known as the heart of Asia. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to Korea, the warm hospitality, and the open, friendly discussion we have experienced. During this visit, we have been deeply impressed by the unique traditions, culture, historical monuments, and the natural beauty of your country.
Janob Jon Van Soyok O'zbekiston delegatsiyasida bo'lganda ham biz chuqur ko'p masalalarda kelishgan edik. Bugun ham mana shu masala bo'yicha juda ko'p ishlashga to'g'ri keladi.
When we meet Mr. John Waksok in Tashkent, we also talked about this visit, and we want to say one more time, thank you.
Mazkur tashrifimiz davomida Koreya xalqining o'ziga xos urf-odati va madaniyati, tarixiy obidalari va go'zal tabiati bizda katta taassurot qoldirmoqda. Ayniqsa o'zbek xalqi bilan Koreya xalqini odatlarini juda ham bir-biriga o'xshash ekanligi yana bir marta biz mana shu joyda ko'ryapmiz.
If you look back through history, our two nations, Uzbekistan and Korea, share rich statehood traditions and have long served as crossroad of world civilization. The ancient city of Samarkand, known as the Eastern Rome, and one of the key centers along the Great Silk Road, stand as evidence that the relations between our people date back centuries.
Xonimlar va janoblar, tarixga nazar soladigan bo'lsak, mamlakatlarimiz ikki mintaqadagi qadimiy boy davlatchilik tarixiga ega bo'lgan hamda dunyo madaniyatlari to'qnashgan hudud hisoblanadi. Qadimiy Buyuk Ipak yo'li markazida joylashgan va Sharq Rimi nomi bilan mashhur Samarqand shahrimiz orqali asrlar davomida qadimiy sivilizatsiyalarga olib boruvchi yo'llar o'tganligini, xalqlarimiz o'rtasidagi munosabatlar uzoq o'tmishga borib taqalishidan guvohlik beradi. Ta'kidlash kerakki, mamlakatimiz mustaqilligining dastlabki yillaridan boshlab O'zbekiston tashqi siyosiy faoliyatida Koreya bilan hamkorlik munosabatlariga ham ustuvor ahamiyat qaratib kelingan.
Since the earliest years of independence, Uzbekistan has attached great importance importance to cooperation with the Republic of Korea and its foreign policy. Over time, a solid foundation for mutual beneficial and forward-looking partnership has been established, along with a reliable political dialogues. Today, Uzbekistan and Korea are among the most active countries contributing to strengthening friendship and cooperation throughout Asia.
O'tgan davrda davlatlarimiz o'rtasida o'zaro manfaatli va istiqbolli hamkorlik uchun mustahkam poydevor yaratilib, ishonchli siyosiy muloqot o'rnatilgan. Bugungi kunda O'zbekiston va Koreya Osiyoda do'stlik hamda hamkorlik rishtalarini yanada mustahkamlashga munosib hissa qo'shayotgan faol davlatlardan biri sanaladi. Hurmatli forum qatnashchilari, xonimlar va janoblar, ijozatingiz bilan sizni O'zbekiston Respublikasi ichki ishlar organlari tizimida amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar va O'zbekiston Kriminologiya tadqiqot institutini asosiy yo'nalishlarini qisqacha tanishtirib o'tsam.
Honorable forum participants, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I would like to briefly introduce the main activities carried out with the system of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the core directions of the Research Institute of Criminology.
Bizning mamlakatda xalq tinchligi va xavfsizligini ta'minlash, jinoyatchilikni oldini olish, har bir fuqaroni konstitutsiya bilan belgilangan huquqlarini, erkinliklari va qonuniy manfaatlarini hamda uyushgan jinoyatchilikdan himoya qilish bo'yicha har bitta vazifa eng asosiy sifatida ichki ishlar organlari zimmasiga yuklatilgan. 2017-yildan buyon davlatimiz rahbari Shavkat Mirziyoyevning tashabbuslari bilan ichki ishlar organlari xalq manfaatlariga xizmat qiladigan tizimga aylantirish bo'yicha keng ko'lamli islohotlar amalga oshirilgan va oshirib kelinmoqda.
In Uzbekistan, ensuring peace and public safety, prevention crime and reliability protection, the constitutional rights, freedoms and legitimate interests of every citizen are the main responsibilities of the internal affairs bodies. Since 2017, under the leadership of our President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, wide-ranging reforms have been implemented to transform internal affairs bodies into a system that truly serves the interest of the people.
Ayniqsa davlatimiz rahbari tashabbusi bilan ilgari surilgan O'zbekiston 2030 strategiyasi asosida o'tkazilayotgan keng qamrovli islohotlarda faoliyatimizni takomillashtirishga alohida e'tibor qaratilmoqda. Bu islohotlar doirasida aynan ichki ishlar organlari xodimlarining 85% quyi tizimga tushirildi va xalqqa yaqinlashtirildi. Aholiga o'z vaqtida va yaqindan xizmat ko'rsatish uchun eng quyi bug'i hisoblangan mahalla fuqarolar yig'inida har bitta mahallada profilaktika inspektorlari, ya'ni politsiya tizimida bu uchastka nozirlari xizmat olib borishi yo'lga qo'yib kelindi.
Particular attention has been given to improving our activity with the framework of the Uzbekistan 2030 strategy, which outlines comprehensive reforms across all sectors. As part of these reforms, 85% of the personnel of internal affairs bodies have been reassigned to lower levels, closer to the population. To provide timely and accessible services to citizens, a community-based system has been established where each public safety inspector serves approximately 3,050 residents. For nearly 7 years, every neighborhood in Uzbekistan had its own dedicated prevention inspector.
Bugungi kunda ichki ishlar organlari, ya'ni xalqaro tilga aytilganda politsiya organlari fuqarolarimizga 50 turdagi davlat xizmatlarini ko'rsatadi. Ushbu tajriba aynan Seul shahrida yo'lga qo'yilganligi uchun biz namunani ilgari olib ketgan edik. Mana hozirgi vaqtgacha 50 turdagi davlat xizmatlari aynan ichki ishlar organlari tomonidan xalqqa ko'rsatiladi. Shuningdek, vazirligimiz tizimida axborot texnologiyalarini rivojlantirish hamda tizimni to'liq raqamlashtirish borasida xavfsiz shahar, xavfsiz mahalla va 102 tezkor xizmat kabi apparat dasturiy komplekslari joriy etilgan va yanada takomillashtirish bo'yicha ishlar jadallik bilan olib borilyapti.
The ongoing reforms in public safety have created a solid foundation for building a secure and safe environment across all regions. Today, internal affairs bodies provide 54 types of public services to citizens, a system developed by learning from the model of interactive e-government services in Seoul. Our ministry is also focused on digital transformation, introducing and improving integrated technological systems such as Safe City, Safe Neighborhood, and the 102 Emergency Response Service.
Mamlakatimizda ayniqsa uyushgan jinoyatchilikning barcha ko'rinishlariga qarshi kurashish masalasiga alohida e'tibor beriladi. O'z navbatida terrorizm va ekstremizm, narkotik moddalarning noqonuniy aylanishi, kiber jinoyatlar, noqonuniy migratsiya, odam savdosi va boshqa jinoyatlarga qarshi kurashish ichki ishlar organlarining asosiy vazifalaridan biri hisoblanadi va bu masalani qat'iyatlik bilan amalga oshirmoqda.
In our country, special attention is given to the fight against all forms of organized crime at the same time. Combating terrorism, extremism, drug trafficking, cybercrime, illegal migration, and human trafficking remains among our top priorities. With regard to counterterrorism efforts, we have implemented systematic measures focusing on the social rehabilitation of citizens who have fallen under the influence of extremistic ideologies and reintegrating them into a healthy social life. This initiative, launched under the direct leadership of our president, has become a consistent and sustainable practice in Uzbekistan.
Birgina terrorizmga qarshi kurashish sohasini oladigan bo'lsak, mazkur yo'nalishda tizimli ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Va ushbu sohadagi faoliyatning muhim yo'nalishi bu adashib ekstremistik g'oyalar ta'siriga tushib qolgan fuqarolarni ijtimoiy reabilitatsiya qilish hamda sog'lom turmush tarziga qaytarish asosiy masala hisoblanadi. Ya'ni davlatimiz rahbarining tashabbusi bilan ularning muammolarini hal etish orqali to'g'ri ijtimoiy hayotga qaytarish ishlarini tizimli ravishda yo'lga qo'yilgan.
Additionally, a National Center for Drug Control has been established under the administration of the President of Uzbekistan. The Ministry of Internal Affairs regularly conducts large-scale prevention and operation measures against these crimes, while the Research Institute of Criminology contributed by analyzing every type of crime from the scientific perspective, assessing regional criminal gang situations and developing effective crime prevention policies. It should be emphasizing that all security reforms in Uzbekistan are carried out under the direct leadership of our president, creating the condition for safe environment and reliable protection of citizens' rights of freedoms.
Ya'ni O'zbekiston jinoyatni jazo bilan emas, uni barvaqt oldini olish, profilaktikasi bilan shug'ullanishga asosiy siyosiy irodasi hisoblanadi.
However, as we'll witness, the world today focus increasing instability, growing regional tensions, and armed conflicts. New types of crime and methods of community system are emerging almost daily.
Giyohvandlik vositalari va psixotrop moddalarning noqonuniy muomalasiga qarshi kurashish faoliyatimizning yana bir muhim yo'nalishi hisoblanadi. Ya'ni joriy yil may oyining o'zida mamlakatimizda giyohvandlik vositalari va psixotrop moddalarning noqonuniy muomalasiga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha 2024 va 2028 yillarga mo'ljallangan milliy strategiya tasdiqlandi. Shuningdek, mazkur masala bo'yicha alohida tuzilma, ya'ni O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti administratsiya husurida narkotiklarni nazorat qilish milliy markazi tashkil etilgan.
This demands the establishment of a systematic public safety monitoring mechanism, early identification of potential threats, and the development of effective prevention measures. In this context, it's crucial to advance scientific and evidence-based criminological research and develop modern, well-designed mechanisms and methodologies for practical implementations.
Umuman olganda O'zbekiston Respublikasi jinoyatchilikni barvaqt oldini olish bilan birga bu jinoyatni ilmiy yondashuv asosida ham olib borish masalasini qo'ygan. Shu maqsadda O'zbekiston Respublikasining shaxsan prezidentimizning tashabbuslari bilan O'zbekiston Kriminologiya tadqiqot instituti tuzildi o'tgan yili.
Regular dialogues and the exchange of best practices in addressing global threats and challenges are more important than ever. I am confident that today's forum will serve as an important milestone in our collective efforts to strengthen law enforcement, cooperation, and advance justice.
Bu tuzilma xuddi sizlarga o'xshab, mana shu yerda o'tirgan olimlarga o'xshagan butun O'zbekiston mutaxassislari mustaqil ravishda, lekin Ichki ishlar vazirligi tuzilmasini hisobida ilmiy faoliyat olib boradi va bir qancha o'zini ilmiy tadqiqotlarini jinoyatchilikni oldini olish bo'yicha qo'llamoqda.
Implementation of joint research project between KICJ and the Research Institute of Criminology in the current era of rapid technological advancement. Cybercrime is growing at the unprecedented pace. The interest is increasingly used to facilitate crimes such as terrorism, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Uzbekistan is no exception, and within our ministry we have established a cybersecurity center dedicated to combating cybercrime. The Republic of Korea is among the world's most advanced nations in the use of information technology for crime prevention and cybersecurity.
Lekin barchamiz guvohi bo'lib turibmiz, bugun dunyoda tahlikali jarayonlar kechmoqda. Ayrim mintaqalarda xalqaro keskinlik tobora kuchaymoqda. Qurolli to'qnashuvlar sodir etilmoqda. Mana shunday sharoitda har kuni yangidan yangi jinoyat turlari, xalqaro jinoyat turlari hamda ularni sodir etilish usullari ham o'zgarmoqda. Bu esa jamoat xavfsizligini ta'minlash sohasida tizimli nazorat o'rnatish, istiqboldagi muammolarni aniqlash, ularga preventiv chora-tadbirlarni ishlab chiqish amaliyotini yo'lga qo'yishni taqozo etmoqda.
Expanding cooperation with international partners with Delphine Schantz, regional representative of the regional office for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, we propose to establish cooperation and receive methodological support regarding the research institute accessing to the UN program network of institutes to explore collaboration opportunity with Mr. Yoshimi츠 Yaamauchi, director of UNFPA, to establish cooperation with Ms. Piset Sarda, director of the Thailand Institute of Justice, and to explore scientific collaboration opportunity with the University of Political Science and Law of China through Professor Jaime Liu. I firmly believe that this proposal will be met with support and will open new horizons of our institutions. Taking this opportunity, I wish all participants of today's event great success in your future professional endeavors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Berudialiev. Thanks to your presentation, we've learned that your country has now 5 years national strategy against drug. And one interesting I found from your presentation is that you've got some best practice model from some countries, including South Korea. So I hope we two countries build stronger cooperation for the future of drug-free Asian region. Thank you. So let's move on to the second presentation. The second speaker for this session from Thailand, Mr. Bipon Katitasnasorachai. Please welcome Mr. Katitasnasorachai.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thank you very much for trying to pronounce my long last name. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude, appreciation toward the President of KICJ, Mr. Jong Ung-suk, and all KICJ colleagues who have been very kind to all of us, allowing me and also my boss here to make connection and network with all prominent resource persons from criminal justice system. Before I go into the content of my discussion, since this morning we did not have enough time to to know a little bit about our audience. So let me spend a few minutes to survey because this morning I had a chance to meet with one journalist who came and introduced herself to us. So I assume that in this room, beyond criminal justice officials and colleagues in Korea, there might be some representative from private sector or from non-government organization, including from the media. First, let me do a brief survey. How many of you are from the media? Anyone from the media? 1, 2, 3. Believe it or not, I am a public prosecutor who's going to speak on international cooperation to fight transnational organized crime. But one of the key points of my discussion is about the importance of the media. Throughout my career, I had an opportunity to work with various areas of effort to fight against transnational organized crime. Among key points of my exposure, including working with UNODC, and I also had a chance to work with THJ before, Thailand Institute of Justice. As well, at one time, I had a chance to work with UNESCO about four years ago. That was the first time that I think my eyes as a public prosecutor is broadened quite a lot. At that time, UNESCO came to my office telling us that they are translating their guideline for public prosecutor to handle criminal case that a crime is committed against journalists. Whenever journalists are attacked, UNESCO would like us to know better on how to handle these kind of case. And in addition to my working experience with UNODC and other criminal justice agencies, at first I thought how UNESCO could be relevant to my work and how the key message that UNESCO would like to emphasize is the freedom of expression, freedom of information. How come it becomes so important to my career? I was not fully aware before. But after helping them translating the guideline into Thai, I become more and more appreciative of the issue of freedom of journalism, freedom of information, freedom of expression. And it is somehow honestly relevant to my personal observation. So what I would like to discuss with all us today may touch upon an issue that quite challenging for my society, for my career to speak fully on everything. So that's why you will see on page 79 onward, my PowerPoint presentation have no logo, have no color, just text. Because when I was invited and very honored to join this event, I was working at International Affairs Department of the Thai Public Prosecution Service. But the working relationship that I have built with KICJIF was through my role working at a small institute under the Thai Prosecution Office called Nitiwat Institute. We are a small unit and the Secretary General is sitting there trying to do a kind of like technical and a little bit of academic work, but based on our practical observation on how we could improve our prosecution, how can we improve our prosecution work, our criminal justice response to serious crime. So when I accept this, I have to prepare my PowerPoint, but I was reluctant to use any logo because I will speak more according to my individual capacity and individual observation. So I will talk to all of you in a quite straightforward way, very simple. What do we need to fight transnational organized crime? Only 2 points. And then what we have and what we think we have, but actually we may not have it. Yep, typically, and of course, we have to cover And these issues have been quite well covered already. Normally, we have to think about, of course, we have to have proper international legal framework. We have UNODC, United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. In addition, we have also UNCAC, United Nations on Counter Corruption, right? And then we ratify it, and then we develop our national law. And Thailand so far have been very good in designing national law to implement those international instruments. And then we have training, national training, international training, build capacity. Of course, international cooperation, mutual legal assistance, extradition must be there. And before we can cooperate internationally effectively, we have to make sure that our national agencies are coordinating with each other very well. So these are the issues that typically we would need to emphasize, and we still have to emphasize. However, I think we all know too well. We have touched on this, and we are quite well aware that we need to develop a proper legal framework at national level. We need training, but we have many training already. And sometimes some people said there may be a little bit overtrained, and then after training, national law enforcement being rotated away, and then the capacity is not there at the organization. These are the problems that we are all quite familiar. When we talk about international cooperation in criminal matters, people complain MLA has been very notorious of being slow, not effective, and there might be some political issue concerning extradition, this and that, right? So then probably I think what we need, and it is a kind of breakthrough according to my perspective. We have already tried to make good use of UNODC, but we have not seen yet enough integration between UNODC and UNCAC, the UN Legal Framework on Transnational Organized Crime and UN Legal Framework on Counter Corruption. And according to my experience working in Thailand as a public prosecutor, I have witnessed that Thailand has ratified UNODC 13 years ago, 3 years ago. More than decades, we have national law on this, but we have not used it at its fullest potential. UNODC provides many sophisticated investigative tools, encourage us to use undercover operation, wiretapping, including control delivery. And in my country, a key agency who have the power to authorize control delivery or special investigative measure are, of course, my Office of Public Prosecutor, and the National Police. But so far, we have not yet materialized our capacity to implement, to execute this special investigative measure. And I honestly believe that strong law enforcement agency and strong criminal justice system rely on the human being in it. The issue that countries may not have dealt with properly enough is about human resource management. I think there must be a way to revisit, to review, and maybe doing research on how criminal justice agency decide their structure and how they run their human resource, how they promote their human resource or recruiting. I think this issue is the real core of strength or weakness of criminal justice agency. So we have quite good national law, but we still, according to my observation in relation to Thailand, we still have not yet fight TOC in parallel, integratively with our effort to fight corruption. There have been cases where our officials want to work comprehensively to tackle criminal network, but they cannot spend much time enough to wait long enough to see the broader picture to tackle the network, because they are not fully confident if all the team members that doing the work with them, if they can fully trust everyone. Otherwise, if they risk taking too long doing investigation, gathering evidence, to wait until to see the broader picture nationally and transnationally. They worry that information might leak and then will ruin their operation. So another issue I touched a little bit already, and it is about human resource management and organization design and management. And I listened to Dr. Piset Saadien this morning. I'm very glad to see in his PowerPoint there is one key point he raised under his capacity building program. The issue of institutional capacity building is now included in DHA capacity building program. I'm glad to see that. So that might lead us to the right and core issue of the problem of the key factor, whether each criminal justice agency is going to be strong or quite weak. So what we have or have not in overall, I leave my slide empty like this, and people may think I am exaggerating, that I don't have enough or I have limited level of freedom of speech to talk to all of you. We have quite high level of freedom of expression in Thailand, but still not enough to allow each individual honest criminal justice official to ask as many questions as possible in order to try to ask the right question. Because before finding the right solution, I think we need to ask the right question first. What is really the origin of the problem that made our criminal justice system have not been strong enough to produce high level of quality work consistently, not once in a while, not only good here and there, not only whenever there is a strong pressure for us to work with high quality, then we can perform. But we want our agency to perform at high quality consistently. So corruption is the key to me, I think. I think corruption is the best lubricant for transnational organized crime. I think corruption allows criminal groups to be so well organized that the criminal network could infiltrate and weaken law enforcement agencies. And if corruption is so effective, the network of corrupt people are so strong that it can even have the impact at policy level. If we are, to be honest, I think our observation can tell ourselves that sometimes the policy direction is not quite there as it should spearhead to. And we suspect what happened. Why? We think it's not because they don't know what is the problem. It's not because they don't know what is the cause of the problem. I think they know, but I'm wondering where is the willingness to make the policy right at the present situation, given like the scam center, the transnational network that involving somehow Thailand to other countries. I think if a key chain of the picture, a country situated in a geographical politics like Thailand, if we are so strong, then we can help a lot. This is my honest observation. So corruption is dark and it is afraid of sunlight. So I think what should be enhanced is the level of transparency in administration of public administration. And when we talk about transparency, now it comes your role, media, in the room. If you have freedom in doing your professional journalism, I think it helps a lot. And I think South Korea could be a good example. In the past in Thailand, we used to have human trafficking big case that the one lady who is investigative journalism, she scooped a lot of difficult information about traffic Rohingya group in the south of Thailand. He was threatened, and this case was so complex that it even made one of our police general have to escape from the country 10 years ago, and now he become commoner doing labor work in Australia. So that kind of case reflect very well how it could be a concern about transparency in public administration and in tackling influential network of people both in the criminal world and probably in the public world. So I also want to mention that I am very glad that in one of the UNOFE course, the director mentioned about the course on how to detect corruption, one of your course into 2025 this year. So I think that is the very promising direction. So in conclusion, if I can convey one key point, I think to fight TOC effectively, to have international cooperation against transnational organized crime at a high quality level, national level effort must be strong enough first. And to have national effort to be strong enough, I think we have to bring our effort against TOC and our effort against corruption to be one of the same coin, two sides of the same coin. And the center of this coin should be the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19, freedom of expression, freedom of journalism, freedom of information should be in the center of this coin. With that, I think then we will have really high hope of things really gonna have some breakthrough in our joint effort to fight transnational organized crime. So if I may, I wish to, of course, I heard from our lady Korean prosecutor working for UNODC that during coffee break, I talked with her. She said UNODC is now beginning to bridge between two areas already, UNTOC and UNCAC, UNCAC. They are trying to bridge these two areas of work together. And maybe in the future, they can build one single program of work containing efforts to fight both areas. And it might be good if we ask for the whole of government approach. We wish to have the whole of the UN approach as well. So maybe if UNODC working closely with organizations that promote freedom of expression, UNESCO, maybe that's going to be even more promising, because I believe as a public prosecutor, if we have lower level, lower ceiling of freedom of information, freedom of expression, then our ability to dig for the fact-finding, to dig for the truth to be presented in the courtroom will be very limited too. So that is my conclusion. I hope I spent well my quota of 20 minutes, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kittitasna Sorachai. My pronunciation is getting better, isn't it? Okay, thank you. I 100% agree with you on the point that to fight against corruption and transnational organized crime more effectively, we need respect democratic values first, such as freedom of information and freedom of speech, right? And I know you have 5 years experience with UNODC, so I think you from your experience, have emphasized the importance and potential of both UN conventions against corruption and transnational organized crime. So you also raised the point that we have some task of national implementation of such UN convention system. So I think those tasks are for all Asian countries. So I hope we share more information on how to implement a UN convention system more effectively in each country's context. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the third presentation of this session, which will be provided by Professor Luo Haimin from China. Please welcome Professor Luo Haimin. Professor Haimin serves as the Director of Criminal Procedure Law Research Department at the University of Political Science and Law, and her specialty is criminal procedure law and judicial system reform. And also, Professor Haimin has produced a lot of research on the topics of counterterrorism and pre-trial detention in criminal procedure of China. So Professor Haimin will give her presentation on the topic of China's cooperation with Asian countries in addressing TOC. So you have 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Please.
Distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor to share China's practices and reflections on the important topic of cooperation among Asian countries in addressing transnational organized crime at this international forum. TOC manifesting in various forms poses a significant threat to global security and development. Asia's complex geopolitical landscape, economic disparities, and close cross-border ties have made it a hot spot for TOC. Strengthening cooperation among Asian countries to address this challenge is essential not only for safeguarding regional security, but also for promoting sustainable prosperity. The United Nations Convention against the TOC represents a milestone in international efforts to combat this crime and serves as the primary legal basis for mutual legal assistance and law enforcement cooperation among states. Since China and the majority of Asian countries are parties to this convention, the UNTOC and its protocol provides a fundamental framework for China's international cooperation within Asia in combating TOC. Moreover, other international conventions, including the UNCAC and the 1988 UN-JAG Convention, also serve as critical legal instruments for international cooperation in this field. In addition, China has signed extradition treaties, mutual legal assistance agreements, sentenced person transfer agreements, and asset recovery and sharing arrangements with numerous nations across Asia. For example, China and South Korea respectively signed bilateral treaties on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters and extradition in 1998 and 1000. These treaties and agreements form concrete bases for China's cooperation with various Asian countries. China has also continuously updated its domestic laws governing foreign-related criminal procedures and mutual legal assistance. For instance, the International Criminal Judicial Assistance Law of 2018 provides larger legal standards for international judicial cooperation, while the Anti-Telecom and Online Fraud Law of 2022 regulates cross-border law enforcement cooperation in specific areas. Such domestic laws also provide a necessary foundation for international cooperation in combating TOC. In the following, I will elaborate from three aspects on this topic. The first aspect is practices in Asian cooperation against the TOC. Currently, China's cooperation with Asian countries in this field focuses on the following areas. The first one is joint law enforcement and special operations. China has conducted numerous joint operations with Asian countries, targeting telecom fraud, drug trafficking, smuggling, and human trafficking, establishing multiple cross-border coordination mechanisms. Examples include the Mekong River Joint Patrol Mechanism, which was founded in 2011, involving China, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand, has conducted over 150 patrols. Since 2019, the joint operations had led to the seizure of 39 tons of drugs and the arrest of 600 human smugglers. The Lancang-Mekong Comprehensive Law Enforcement and Security Cooperation Center, established in 2015 with Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, plays a key role in coordinating cross-border crime fighting efforts. Furthermore, China has jointly participated with many Asian countries in large-scale law enforcement operations coordinated by Interpol, such as Operation Storm and Operation Tiger Strike. These operations fully demonstrate China's firm commitment and effective cooperation with other ocean countries in addressing TOC within the Interpol framework. The second one is mutual legal assistance and extradition cooperation. China has engaged in extensive judicial cooperation with Asian countries under bilateral treaties and multilateral frameworks, particularly in combating corruption, economic crimes, and cross-border fraud. For example, in 2023, a South Korea fugitive wanted by authorities for his involvement in a drug and blackmail case had been captured and returned by Chinese police. In 2025, Zhou Jinhua, a former businesswoman on China's 100 most wanted fugitive list, was extradited from Thailand due to joint efforts by law enforcement and judicial authorities of both countries. The third one is intelligence sharing. China has established multiple intelligence sharing mechanisms with Asian nations. As early as 2004, China and ASEAN agreed to integrate information collection, retrieval, exchange, and transmission networks into their cooperation framework. Under the SCO, China shares counterterrorism and anti-drug intelligence with member states. The Lancang-Mekong Comprehensive Law Enforcement and Security Cooperation Center has also made progress in intelligence sharing. The first one is financial regulation and anti-money laundering cooperation. China collaborates with Asian countries to combat illicit cross-border financial flows. For example, in 2022, China and the Gulf Cooperation Council established an anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing working group. By 2023, China had formalized the AML financial intelligence exchanges with 61 overseas financial intelligence units. The last one is capacity building and training assistance. China actively provides law enforcement training to other Asian countries through theoretical training and practical skill development. For example, since 2018, the Lancang-Mekong Law Enforcement Training Center in Yunnan Province in China has trained thousands of officers from other countries in anti-check and anti-fraud operations. The second aspect is challenges in Asian cooperation against the TOC. In current contexts, collaborative efforts between China and other Asian nations to combat TOC encounter several challenges, particularly in the following respects. The first one is lack of clear operational guidelines in cooperation mechanisms. The multilateral and bilateral treaties signed between China and other countries remain limited. Most existing treaties contain broad principle-based provisions with few actionable and detailed clauses. Additionally, the absence of extradition treaties with several Asian countries also hinders the extradition of suspects involved in transnational crimes. The second one is cumbersome judicial and law enforcement cooperation procedures. Due to difference in national criminal legislation, existing procedures for judicial and law enforcement cooperation are often overly complex, which often lead to enforcement delays. Furthermore, divergent understandings of emerging crimes within the international community may lead to situations where evidence collected through one country's legal procedures could fail to meet the admissibility standards of another jurisdiction in practice. This problem also results in difficulties in asset recovery and inadequate protection for victims' rights. The third one is limited number and coverage of cross-border coordination agencies. Currently, the number of established cross-border coordination agencies remains relatively limited. Their functions are primarily focused on joint law enforcement operations, with less emphasis on criminal judicial assistance and the construction of specific procedural mechanisms. Moreover, the range of member states covered is still relatively narrow. The fourth one is incomplete intelligence sharing mechanisms. Divergent legal frameworks, a lack of standardized protocols and persistent trust, and capacity disparities among nations continue to hinder effective intelligence sharing in combating TOC in Asia. The current intelligence exchanges remain largely ad hoc and case-specific, with incomplete content structures. The last one is insufficient technical training and professional development. Both China and other countries face challenges in updating technology and developing skilled talent, especially when combating complex cyber and financial crimes. Compounding these difficulties is a critical shortage of professionals who are proficient in both criminal justice and international collaboration. So the last aspect I want to say is the prospects for Asian cooperation against the TOC. To enhance cooperation among Asian countries in combating TOC, the following measures could be prioritized. The first one is deepen regional coordination and harmonization. Given differing interpretations of organized crime across jurisdictions, increased dialogue is needed to bridge conceptual gaps. A more unified regional legal framework should be developed in areas such as extradition and mutual legal assistance. Common standards for evidence collection and mutual recognition should be established to streamline cooperation procedures. The second one is enhance effectiveness of information exchange. A standardized regional data sharing system should be established, leverage existing resources from the UN and the Interpol. Border liaison mechanisms should also be fully utilized to facilitate intelligence sharing. The third one is strengthen financial regulation and asset recovery cooperation. Closer collaboration on AML and asset recovery mechanisms is essential to facilitate the return of illicit funds and ensure justice for victimized countries and individuals. Particular attention should be given to regulating emerging financial tools, such as digital currencies. The last one is provide targeted technical assistance. Through mechanisms like treaty implementation reviews, the technical needs of developing countries should be identified to address the capacity gaps. Knowledge sharing and law enforcement cooperation should be intensified to combat emerging crimes and technological challenges. In my view, by addressing these challenges and implementing these measures, Asian nations could build a more robust framework for addressing TOC. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Haimin. Professor Haimin shared some information of Chinese experience on MLA and anti-money laundering. So I think this is very useful information for Asian countries. And China and South Korea has been close neighbor countries for about 5,000 years. And so we have a lot of things to do together to enhance regional cooperation in criminal justice matters. And one thing you mentioned, very interesting to me, is that the necessity of providing targeted technical assistance. And you also mentioned AI-enabled crimes is one of the technological challenges in this field. So both countries may build up a strong cooperation in providing such technical assistance for all Asian countries. So you made a good point, I think. Thank you. Okay, the last but not least presentation for this session will be given by Mr. Enhuslan Ochibadrach from National Legal Institute of Mongolia. And Mr. Ochibadrach is now senior researcher at National Legal Institute, and his specialty is criminal law and criminal procedure law. And I found that he completed Korean language program at Kaemyeong University. So why don't you give your presentation in Korean? No? Okay. That's okay. Mr. Ochibadrach will give his presentation on the topic of international cooperation in combating POC in Mongolia. Please welcome Mr. Ochibadrach.
Hello everyone. 안녕하세요 여러분. My name is Enhuslan Ochibadrach. I am a senior researcher at National Legal Institute of Mongolia. It's a great honor for me to present Mongolia's experience and ongoing efforts, as well as our international cooperation in combating transnational organized crime. Our presentation includes introduction and 5 chapters. First one is international definition of transnational organized crime. Second is Mongolia's experience in combating transnational organized crime. Third is international cooperation in combating transnational organized crime of Mongolia. Fourth is challenges in Mongolia's efforts to combat transnational organized crime. Last one is conclusion. In contemporary world, transnational organized crime has emerged as pressing global issues that poses grave threats to national security, economic stability, and sustainable development of societies, manifesting in diverse forms, including illicit trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, irregular migration, and cybercrime. This phenomenon transcends national boundaries and has reached a scale that no state can effectively confront in isolation. Mongolia accessed to the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Crime and its supplementary protocols in 2008. Since then, the country has undertaken significant efforts to refine its domestic legal framework, strengthen the institutional capacities of relevant agencies, and engage actively in both regional and international cooperation mechanisms. This presentation seeks to analyze the current state transnational organized crime, review Mongolia's legal and institutional response, and examine the scope of its international cooperation while also identifying the principal challenges that continue to impede more effective action. First chapter is international definition of transnational organized crime. The United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, as known, the Palermo Convention, was adopted in 2000 and entered into force 2003. It serves as a comprehensive international instrument aimed at strengthening international cooperation in combating transnational organized crime, harmonizing national legal frameworks, and taking unified measures against serious crime such as money laundering, corruption, human trafficking, smuggling of migrants, and illicit trafficking in firearms. Mongolia acceded to the convention and its 3 supplementary protocols in 2008 and from 2010 onwards began aligning its domestic legislation policies and legal environment with the requirements of the convention. This enabled the country to enhance its capacity to combat organized crime, expand cross-border cooperation, introduce specific provisions in the criminal legislation, and establish a legal basis for asset confiscation and recovery in connection with corruption and money laundering offenses. The implementation of the convention in Mongolia is ensured by competent authorities, including Independent Authority Against Corruption, the Financial Information Unit, the Prosecutor's Office, and General Police Department. Article 3 of United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime defines transnational organized crime as follows. If you see common transnational organized crime, first one is drug trafficking. Drug trafficking in recent years, global drug use and trafficking have sharply increased, driven by expanding online markets, the rise of synthetic drugs like fentanyl, and growing cocaine supply, turning the drug trade into one of the most profitable and far-reaching operations of transnational organized crime groups. Second is human trafficking. Human trafficking is a modern form of slavery affecting 140 countries, causing immense suffering to millions of women and children through sexual exploitation and forced labor, while generating billions in legal profits and increasingly using digital technologies to target the most vulnerable. Third is smuggling migrants. Smuggling migrants, the migrant smuggling trade driven by movement of people across international borders, financial gain is a lucrative criminal enterprise. In 2016, it was estimated that at least 2.5 million migrants were smuggled, generating profits up to $5.7 billion per smugglers. Next is money laundering. Money laundering is the global process of turning illegally obtained funds into clean money. Whose corruption undermines financial system and facilitates crime, with an estimated $1.6 trillion laundered annually through techniques ranging from shell companies to digital currencies, exploiting gaps in the international regulation. Next is illicit trading firearms. Illicit trade firearms is driving global violence with over 260,000 deaths in 2021 alone, destabilizing regions, enabling human rights abuse, and fueling organized crime and terrorism. While most civilian held guns remain unregistered and traffickers exploit gaps in regulation. Next is crimes that affect environment. Wildlife and natural resource trafficking undermines conservation, damages the ecosystem, fuels organized crime and armed groups, with million plants and animals illegally traded annually, generating tens of billions in profits and environmental degradation and climate change. Last one is cybercrime. Cybercrime, the digital age has connected over 60% of the world's population, but also put a surge of cybercrime from fraud and data theft to child exploitation with increasingly sophisticated methods, AI-enabled attacks, and emerging quantum threats challenging global cybersecurity. Second chapter is Mongolia's experience in combating transnational organized crime. The Constitution of Mongolia, and along with other laws, policy documents, incorporates the following provisions concerning the fight against transnational organized crime. First one, fundamental regulation is Constitution of Mongolia. Article 19. The party shall be established as set out the paragraph 10 of the Article 16 of the Constitution, and shall formulate and conduct nationwide policy. Second is Vision 2050, long-term development policy of Mongolia. Objective 7.3 aims to strengthen Mongolia's capacity to prevent, respond to, reduce risks from non-transnational threats and transnational organized crime, through enhanced legal framework, technology-based solution, preventive measures, and expanded international cooperation across 2021 to 2040. Next is activities to implement it under the Vision 2050 long-term development policy of Mongolia. Next is national security of concept of Mongolia. 3.4 regulation is measures to protect citizens. Transnational crime focus on strengthening legal frameworks against human trafficking, controlling narcotics, enhancing national capacity, raising public awareness, and promoting international cooperation to safeguard vulnerable groups of terrorism, organized crime, and violence. Next regulation is Criminal Code of Mongolia. Article 3.8 defines an organized criminal group as 3 or more individuals united to commit crimes to profit, establish penalties for creators, directors, and members for their participation in crimes, and allows mitigation or exemption from punishment for those who cooperate with authorities or aid in crime detection. Next regulation is Article 13.1, human trafficking. I will skip. Next is Article 20.7, illegal use of narcotics, drugs, and psychotropic substance. Next is 18.6, money laundering. Next is 20.3, forming or membership in criminal organization. Next regulation is 20.4, illegal possession of firearms, ammunition, and explosives. Last regulation is law on criminal procedure code. Article 42.1, request to conduct investigative actions. Article 42.2, content of request to conduct investigative actions, etc. Last regulation is law of Mongolia police. 6.5, the police organization shall have the offices to carry out investigative and intelligence activities to fight specialized transnational and organized crime in order to implement its main function. Next is when examining the general situation of transnational organized crime of Mongolia. Human trafficking. Human trafficking from Mongolia primarily targets East and Southeast Asia for sexual exploitation and other agents for forced labor, and victims increasingly facing combined offenses such as drug and cybercrime and clandestine organized nature of this crimes makes detection and reporting difficult. Second is crimes related to illicit use of narcotics, drugs, and psychotropic substance. According to Article 20.7, paragraph 3.3 of the Criminal Code, cases involving smuggling of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substance across the state border were adjudicated as follows: one case in 2020 and one case in 2021, 7 cases in 2022, 4 cases in 2023, 6 cases in 2024, and 10 cases 2025. Next crime is money laundering crime. In adjudicating money laundering crimes, courts practice often convict the perpetrators of predicate offense additionally guilty of money laundering. When breaking down the predicate offense underlying money laundering specific article, the following can be observed. That's a fundamental crime of money laundering. In conclusion, cases of money laundering under Article 18.6 of the Criminal Code have been increasing year by year. Next crime is organized criminal group formation and membership offense. Regarding the circumstances of crime under 20.3 of the Criminal Code, establishing or joining an organized criminal group, court rulings show one cases in 2020, one case 2021, two cases 2022, and one cases 2025. Last crime is illegal possession of firearms, ammunition, and explosive. Regarding the circumstance of crime under Criminal Code, illegal possession of firearms, ammunition, and explosive. Court ruling shows two cases in 2025, 8 cases in 2024, 9 cases in 2023, 3 cases in 2021, 2023, 2 cases in 2021. Third chapter is international cooperation in combating transnational organized crime of Mongolia. Mongolia actively engages international cooperation to combat transnational organized crime through participation of APG evaluation, Iran AP asset recovery initiatives, OECD and UNODC trainings, IAOM anti-trafficking programs, STAR stolen asset recovery, UST reports, UNODC law enforcement training, UN Women and Quest data frameworks, and AIP regional conferences on cybercrime enhancing capacity, awareness, and cross-border collaboration. Fourth chapter is challenges in Mongolia's efforts to combat transnational organized crime. Mongolia faces following challenges in its efforts to combat transnational organized crime. The issue of establishing an independent investigative agency, issue related to classification of money laundering offenses, issue concerning unified understanding transnational organized crime. First one is the issue of establishing an independent investigative agency. On January 2021, the State Secretariat adopted Resolution Number 12 to improve Mongolia's legislation until 2024, including drafting a law on investigative agency. The government, through Ministry of Justice and Internal Affairs, is responsible for establishing independent agency to combat new forms of organized crimes and transnational crime, ensure national security. The law will define agencies' structure, function, oversight mechanisms, and legal status of its officers. It will also serve a central authority for mutual legal assistance, ensuring timely and proper international cooperation. Establishing this specialized agency is a key step for Mongolia to strengthen its legal framework and respond effectively to emerging criminal threats. Second issue is legal concerning money laundering offense. Several challenges exist in Mongolia's regulation of money laundering. Current legislation defines money laundering too broadly, failing to distinguish its internationally recognized stages and methods, which creates ambiguity and practical difficulties. Courts can order confiscation of criminally derived assets located abroad, but the law lacks clear rules for seizing, repatriating, or restituting such assets, making enforcement difficult. Explicitly defining predicate offenses in criminal code would allow prosecution of money laundering in connection with organized crime while distinguishing it from property crimes, reducing prosecutorial discretion and workload minor cases. Finally, the law should establish threshold for predicate offense and least aggravated forms of money laundering, explicitly including corruption, drug-related crimes, and other essential offenses to ensure comprehensive criminalization. Last issue is related to the unified understanding of transnational organized crime. Mongolia's criminal code and other legislation don't provide a detailed definition of transnational organized crime. Conclusion. Last one is conclusion. The transnational organized crime is a trait that extends not only within borders of single country, but also across regions and global community, requiring unified understanding and collective efforts to combat it. Since Mongolia accessed the Palermo Convention and its supplementary protocols in 2008, the country has worked to improve its legal frameworks, introduced specific provisions in its criminal code, and gradually strengthened the capacity of its law enforcement agencies. In this process, fundamental policy documents such as Vision 2050, long-term development policy, and national security of consent have provided important guidance. Within the framework international cooperation, Mongolia has consistently participated in initiatives, trainings, evaluations, joint operations, organizations such as UN, OSCE, APG, and Interpol, contributing to addressing issues such as human trafficking, illicit drug trafficking, money laundering, and cybercrime. However, pressing challenges remain, including lack of unified definition, weakness in legal regulation of money laundering, and the need to establish independent investigative agencies, issues that require continued attention. Therefore, it's crucial for Mongolia to align its national legal framework with international standards and independent investigative agency, improve the system for tracing, seizing, recovering assets, and further deepen regional and international cooperation. This will only safeguard Mongolia's national security, but also serve as meaningful contribution to regional stability and global peace. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ochbadrah. Mr. Ochbadrah has shared many informations on his country's experience in combating TOC and international cooperation with some challenges his country faces now. So speaking of challenges, you mentioned the issue of establishing specialized investigative agency on TOC. So do you mean you need some individualized special institutions other than national police? So do you need, do you have such specialized investigative agencies other than national police?
No.
So the TOC specialized agency will be your first specialized agency in your country if established, right? Okay, good point. Okay, thank you. So we've had 4 excellent presentations for this session, and it's time to invite 2 discussants for this session. One from Public Prosecutor's Office and the other from National Police Agency. The first discussant is Public Prosecutor Sun-hee Choi. She has joined Public Prosecutor's Office in the year of 2016, and now in charge of mutual legal assistance in criminal matters at the Ministry of Justice. Please welcome Prosecutor Sun-hee Choi. You have the floor.
Thank you all. This distinguished chair, esteemed presenters, and participants, good afternoon. My name is Sun Hee Choi, and I'm a prosecutor at the International Criminal Affairs Division of the Ministry of Justice of RK. It is a great honor for me to take part in this meaningful session as a panelist. I truly appreciate the insightful presentations from Uzbekistan, Thailand, China, and Mongolia. Before turning to my main comments, I'd like to briefly introduce my office, the International Criminal Affairs Division. We serve as Korea's central authority for mutual legal assistance and extradition, acting as the official channel of communication and coordination between Korea and our foreign counterparts. The four presentations today clearly illustrated the reality of transnational organized crime and the strategies pursued by its country. They reaffirmed an essential truth. TOC cannot be solved by one country alone. It requires strong and sustained international cooperation. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few impressions from its presentations. First, Dr. Be르디알리예프 from Uzbekistan. I was very impressed by Uzbekistan's strong and proactive national strategy for crime prevention and public safety. I fully agree that without exchanging experiences and building collaborative frameworks, effective responses are impossible. Next, Mr. Kittitas Nasrochai from Thailand. I was struck by your observation that although we have already many systems and institutions in place, what we now need is a real breakthrough for transnational cooperation. Specifically, your idea that it is needed to integrate UNTOC and UNCOC is very impressive for me. Then, Professor Lu Haomin from China. Thank you for sharing China's experiences in addressing TOC, such as voice phishing, drug trafficking, and human trafficking in cooperation with other Asian countries. Your comprehensive analysis of the challenges and prospects in this field was particularly insightful. Lastly, Mr. Enkeslan from Mongolia. I was very interested in Mongolia's long-term development strategy and the institutional foundations you are building under the Vision 2050 framework. Your remarks provided a realistic and informative perspective on the challenges Mongolia faces. Turning now to Korea's experiences and ongoing efforts to combat TOC. I will highlight a few key examples. First, voice phishing and scam crimes. Voice phishing has become one of the fastest growing TOC in Korea, especially with the development of AI technologies. In August 2025, the Ministry of Justice launched a government-wide task force to strengthen international cooperation against overseas-based voice phishing networks. This task force includes the Prosecution Service, the National Police Agency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Financial Services Commission, the National Customs Service, and the National Intelligence Service. It aims to reinforce interagency and international cooperation to facilitate arrest of ringleaders and recovery of criminal funds, criminal assets from overseas. Meanwhile, the recent scam center cases in Cambodia have caused deep shock in Korean society. These cases revealed that foreign nationals, including Koreans, were detained and forced into labor to carry out phone or online investment fraud schemes. Tragically, a Korean university student was tortured and killed by members of a scam center criminal group. In response, the Korean government dispatched a joint government response team to Cambodia yesterday, which will work closely with Cambodian authorities to rescue victims and conduct joint investigations against the criminal networks. In particular, the MOJ is strengthening real-time information sharing and cooperative investigations with Cambodian authorities through the Southeast Asia Justice Network, or CJIF, and bilateral mutual legal assistance channels. Second, cybercrime. Cybercrime is another major issue in Korea. Recently, a large-scale hacking incident by a foreign criminal group caused significant data leakage and social disruption. Regarding cybercrime, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, SPO, in cooperation with the World Bank and the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, or JFCE, established the APC Hub. It invites law enforcement officers, including judges, prosecutors, and police officers in the Asia-Pacific region, and provides to them training and seminars on cybercrime investigation cases and tracking techniques and recommendations for adopting policies and standardized legal systems. By doing so, we hope to establish a cooperation system with Asia-Pacific institutions. The Ministry of Justice is also working toward Korea's accession to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, which will enable real-time cooperation and faster preservation of digital evidence among member states. The necessary domestic legislation is currently under review by the National Assembly. Third, drug crime. To combat drug crimes, the Asia-Pacific Information Coordination Center for Combating Drugs, or EPIC, was established within the SPO in 2012. It serves as a platform for real-time information sharing and joint investigations among ASEAN members. In addition, the Anti-Drug Liaison Officials Meeting for International Cooperation, or ADLOMICO, is held annually in Korea. Also, most drugs traded in Korea are smuggled from Southeast Asia. So in 1224, the Korean authorities established a striking origin point system to detect and arrest drug senders at the starting point via international cooperation. To support this, the SPO has seconded investigators to relevant authorities in Southeast Asia, starting with an officer sent to Thailand in 2019, and 2 more to Vietnam and Malaysia in April 2025. In 2026, additional officers will be sent to Cambodia and Laos. Finally, expanding regional cooperation networks. Lastly, Korea continues to expand its international cooperation network. We have signed extradition treaties with 82 countries and mutual legal assistance treaties with 79 countries, including multilateral agreements under the Council of Europe. Korea also actively supports regional cooperation through the Korean project with UNODC, providing approximately $1.7 million annually. This project led to the establishment of the CIJIF network, which now includes 20 countries from Southeast Asia and beyond that region. CIJIF has become a key platform for practical cooperation. Recently, through CIJIF contact points, Korea and Thailand worked together to arrest a cyber hacking ringleader within 2 weeks. CIJIF has also enabled a joint investigation with Indonesia in a major international bribery case. So recently, in response to the growing issue of scam centers across Asia, the UNODC, under the Korea Project, held a regional workshop to highlight the seriousness of the problem of scam center and to urge stronger international cooperation to combat scam center operations. So, in conclusion, today's presentations have been highly meaningful in sharing experiences and identifying common challenges in combating TOC. So once again, my sincere thanks to all presenters for their valuable insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prosecutor Chair has made some comments on each presentation, which followed by some experience sharing on the Korean government's efforts on MLA, cybercrime, and drug crime. And speaking of cybercrime, we know that the issue of cybercrime has been dealt with under the UN Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, but now we have new UN treaties specialized on cybercrime. So I think it's time for all Asian countries to have their own policy stance on the new UN Cybercrime Convention mechanism. So we may need more effort in international or regional cooperation in building a more strong international system against cybercrime. And Prosecutor Chair also has given some information on Korean government's move on to join the European Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime, so-called Budapest Convention. So Korean government will join the convention with some more policy efforts on considering the new UN Cybercrime Convention mechanism. Okay, thank you. And does any one of you would like to have some comments on Prosecutor Chair's comment? Please.
I would like to learn a little bit more about the operation that was very successful, spending only 2 weeks between CIJIF and Thailand. If you can elaborate a little bit more.
This case is investigating now in Korea. So it's a yes. I'm so sorry to share this.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, let me introduce my second discussant, Officer Leung-eun Kim. Officer Kim is now served as a senior inspector at the National Police Agency, and Madam Kim joined the police in the year of 2017, and will give her a discussion on the topic of transnational organized crime, which on one of the major policy area of national police.
Thank you for the warm introduction, sir. Good afternoon. It is truly a delight to meet you all I am Senior Inspector Kim Ryung-eun from the Korean National Police Agency. I'm a coordinator for International Joint Investigations in the Narcotics and Organized Crime Investigation Division of the Korean Police. You'll probably be wondering why I am speaking at this venue and not Superintendent Chung Soo-won of NCB Seoul. Unfortunately, she could not join us today because of pressing matters, and I was given the honor of participating in this session in her place. So I will try my best to make the best of everybody's time. Before I start, it was a great opportunity to listen to experts from around the world, around Asia. Dr. Be르디알리예프 introduced institutional reforms and structural innovations to enhance public safety and combat crime in Uzbekistan. They are truly important steps, and I also hope to share lessons learned from our collective experiences responding to transnational organized crime. With new technology and social changes, TOC trends are changing very rapidly. To keep up, all governments need to respond accordingly. I am also completely with Prosecutor Kitatasna Sorachai on the point that despite our collective efforts to combat transnational organized crime, it is time for a real breakthrough. As an international cooperation coordinator for narcotics and organized crime investigation, I have experienced how dedicated the Thai Office of Narcotics Control Board, so-called ONCB, and the Royal Thai Police are to dismantling transnational narcotics crime groups. Despite our circumstances, still zealous officers are working hard to combat TOC, and we should put our faith in them. But hopefully, this venue gives us a valuable opportunity to talk about how we can overcome our weaknesses and build up our strengths through cooperation. Because I completely agree with you that we cannot promote the capacity of all by relying on the endeavors of individual officers, and measures should be taken and by legislation and and you mentioned media. A collective effort should be put to make sure that high quality standards are upheld. Professor Lau reminded us of the importance of international cooperation when tackling TOC. Our collaboration should go beyond declarations through treaties and involve detailed and practical discussions on intelligence. I strongly also agree that cross-border agencies in the Asian region and their coverage is limited. Personally, I think that if there's a transnational crime investigation coordination agency with secondees from a wide variety of agencies throughout Asia, lots of things can be done much faster. I think this is especially true for seizing digital assets and freezing assets. Sorry. If the scope of crime that is covered is limited to crimes that are serious for all countries, such as drug trafficking, sexual exploitation of children, and other serious crimes, I think many nations and agencies will be joined in alliance. This will not only be limited to investigations, but like what you mentioned, research and building a legislation. I think a wide variety of topics can be covered. Meanwhile, in the narcotics field, we are working with the China National Narcotics Control Commission. We are working closely with our counterparts at the China NNCC to promote practical cooperation on individual cases, and we've received such great help. I hope that such cooperation widens to other organized crime as well. Finally, the presentation by senior researcher Otsiba Hurat on the Mongolian response of transnational organized crime was very intriguing. I really appreciate your explanation of the legal definition of TOC, for definitions and understandings can vary from country to country. While we all agree that drug trafficking, human trafficking, and money laundering and such are major subsections to TOC, the specific modus operandi of these crimes differ among countries. This is why I also agree with, I think that establishing a common understanding is a crucial foundation for cooperation, and you pointed it out for us. Well, I think everyone here agrees that organized crime today is no longer just a transnational, it's no longer just cross-border or transnational. It is interconnected. Organized crime groups no longer target a single country or a designated group of victims. They operate globally, harming people everywhere. This is why international cooperation is more important than ever. Formal channels, such as the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, or MLAT for short, extradition treaties, remain essential, but we have to do more than that to go on to the next level. Cooperations among police agencies, immigration authorities, ministries of justice, and academia is imperative, not only with each other domestically, but with each counterpart overseas as well. Speaking from my experience as an international cooperation coordinator for drug crime investigations, joint investigations and quick exchange of information are what makes a cooperation practical. I would like to introduce a case from last year. There was an organized crime group that smuggled 30 kilos of ketamine from South Korea to Thailand. The Korean National Police asked for cooperation from the Thai Office of Narcotics Control Board. Through quick sharing of information, the supplier was quickly arrested in Khon Kaen, Thailand. Then we formed a joint tracking team to track the mastermind down, arresting him November last year. All this was done within a year through on-time communication and cooperation, not only between the Korean police and the Thai ONCB, but the Korean police, the Korean embassy, the Korean intelligence service, the Thai ONCB, and the Thai Immigration Bureau. And so it was not only across borders, but it was between agencies as well. I brought up this case to illustrate the power of on-time communication between multiple agencies. I have faith that such collaboration will continue to deepen and become more effective in the future. I would like to use this opportunity to mention the importance of crime trends sharing among Asian nations. Transnational crimes tend to catch on and spread. For example, the drop method, the typical modus operandi of Korean drug dealers, is starting to appear in other Asia-Pacific regions. The Yamibaito phenomenon, referring to recruiting people online to participate in criminal acts such as concealing drugs under the guise of part-time jobs, became a social problem in Japan. Soon after, it started to appear in Korea. This is why crime trends must be analyzed and shared so that other countries can be prepared for what is expected to come. In the short term, it might seem like a waste of time because, I am already busy with what is happening in my country. Why should I be concerned with what's happening anywhere else? But like I mentioned, crime trends spread, and transnational crime trends tend to spread faster because, just like how we cooperate and communicate with each other, crime groups also communicate with each other. So it might not have an instant result, but I believe that sharing crime trends will pay off in the long run. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice for organizing this valuable event, and trust that this forum will serve as a meaningful opportunity to further strengthen ties between Asian countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Kim. Officer Kim reminded us one important thing, that is organized crime is now not crossing border anymore, but is getting more interconnected and intertwined. So I think that's a good point. And Officer Kim also made some comments on transnational narcotics, drug crimes, especially in the case of Thailand, China, and Mongolia. So does anyone of you would like to make some comments on Officer Kim's comment? Please.
Yeah, I would like to share my observation that I agree that I am very pleased to hear that your cooperation with the ONCB, the Office of Narcotic Control Board, has been very successful. And we also, my Office of Public Prosecutor, also admire the ONCB. They are the one who is most experienced in utilizing special investigative techniques, including control delivery. So when my office doing research on how to try to make full use of control delivery mechanism, we learn from ONCB experience because they are the one who pioneering and have most experience. But for our National Police Force and our Department of Special Investigation, so far we have not yet managed to use this sophisticated mechanism to fight other type of transnational crime. But so far, in fighting narcotic problem, we have been very, very successful and very trustworthy agency.
Okay, now we've had all 4 presentations and 2 discussions. So we've spent almost 2 hours. So my backs and knees are aching now. But I must give some question and answer time for the floor. So if you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand. And feel free to make any comments. President Chung, do you have? Oh, okay. Well, it seems there is no other questions, so why don't we wrap it up here? Okay, so I'd like to thank you again for all your excellent presentation and discussions, and I do thank you for all participants here. So it's time to finish up the second session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all the presenters, chairs, and discussants for the sessions. So this is the end of the Korean Institute of Criminology Justice International Forum. So before we close, we are going to have the closing remarks by President Im Seok-jung.
하루 동안 발표 및 토론해 주신 각국의 토론자들 발표자께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 너무너무 고생하셨고 또 저희들 초청에 흔쾌히 응해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드립니다. 다만 제가 이 포럼을 주최한 입장에서 모든 나라의 사례를 공유했지만 또 많이 성공한 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 왜 이렇게 국제범죄가 근절되지 않고 더 활기를 칠까요? 비폰 검사님이 말씀하신 것처럼 모든 나라가 잘 되고 있는데 왜 이렇게 더 심각한 문제가 일어날까요? 저는 이게 개별 국가의 잘된 사례를 넘어서 아까 계속 말 나오지만 국가적 연대 또 공유, 정보 공유, 공동 수사를 하는 것도 중요하지만 그 전에 이론적 틀이 필요하다고 생각합니다. 어떤 범죄자가 확정이 돼 있다면 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 범죄자를 잡으러 가는데 큰 어려움이 없겠죠. 수사기관끼리 정보를 공유해서 잡으면 되기 때문에. 근데 이전에 나온 것처럼 범죄자가 갈수록 익명성을 지니고 있고요. 특히 우리 이번에 문제됐던 캄보디아 사태를 보면 캄보디아에 납치된 분들이 피의자인 동시에 또 피해자일 수 있습니다. 구체적으로 그 사람들을 지금 송환을 한다고 했을 때 어떠한 범죄로 송환할 것인가, 범죄가 확정되지 않는데 어떤 혐의로 우리가 가서 송환을 시킬 것인가, 또 송환을 거부한다면 또 어떻게 할 것인가, 또 영장의 문제는 어떻게 할 것인가 등등 많은 이론적 문제가 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 저는 학자이고 또 수사관이 아닌 우리 형정호는 연구기관이기 때문에 오늘 참석해서 많은 연구기관과 이런 구체적인 문제, 또 이론적으로 논의되는 문제들에 대해서 앞으로 좀 더 진전된 논의를 하고 싶습니다. 그래서 우리 윤합회에 가입된 기관에 현재 아시아 태평양 5개의 국가가 있습니다. 한국, 중국, 일본, 태국, 호주가 있습니다. 그래서 이 5개국 우리 수장들에게 제가 간단히 정시험 시간 때도 말씀을 드렸지만 실천적인 과제로서 어떤 이론 개별 국가 이런 논의를 바탕으로 실질적으로 논의하는 실천적인 어떤 논의를 하던 기구를 만들자. 그래서 5개국 연구기관끼리 매년 돌아가면서 좀 더 이론적인 치밀한 논의를 하는 게 어떨까 하는 생각입니다. 구체적인 수사는 당연히 검찰 또는 경찰이 하겠지만 이론적인 부분에서 왜 이렇게 많은 나라가 열심히 하면서도 열심히 수사를 하는데 계속 범죄가 일어날까? 초국가적 범죄, TOC는 더 늘어날까? 이런 부분에서 깊이 논의를 해야 되고, 이 부분에서 비폰 검사의 말씀처럼 이제는 돌파구가 필요한 것 같고, 그 논의를 우리 연구기관에서 하면 어떨까? 이런 생각을 합니다. 제 개인적인 생각입니다. 아마 이 부분에 대해서는 좀 더 우리 기관장님들과 논의를 거쳐서 하면 좋겠습니다. 많은 시간 동안 고생해 주시고 또 너무 고생하셨습니다. 참 좋은 날씨인데 여기서 연구만 한다는 게 참 아쉽지만 30분 일찍 끝난 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 쉬시고 이제 저녁 식사를 같이 하면 좋겠습니다. 너무너무 고생했습니다. 감사합니다.
So this will end our KICJ International Forum. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.